those two things have kind of, I can see how they'd both be rage farming, like me and the Elon stuff, but slightly different because his is more channeling something that people are already angry about, and sort of agreeing with, like harnessing their rage, whereas mine was agitating rage
Right.
sort of thing, like almost like in a way that people didn't agree with, my audience didn't agree with, and it's a different kind of, I guess, agitation of rage. But I almost feel like his is more, probably more legit in that it's just channeling what's already there. Like people have been calling out for this for ages over there. Like I lived there 10 years ago, and for periods a couple of times, even 14 years ago, I remember hearing about it. And obviously, like most of these horrible things that we hear about, most people just did not believe it, do not believe it still, like refuse to believe it because it's such a horrible thing that they just are like, no, that's absurd. Like that
Yeah.
just can't be happening.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, yeah. And I was like that at first. I was like, no, there's no way the government would cover that up, like, or not pursue it at least,
Yeah.
which are kind of similar things. When you get multiple accusations, it's like, even if there's nothing to this, you need to show the British people that you're doing the best you can to look into it so that they think you're actually doing something about it.
Yeah.
So it could be a lie. Reveal it as such, please. Like rather than never looking into it, never taking it seriously. It's serious enough an accusation to just investigate it just to disprove it, really. So they
Yeah, I
probably
think
should have done that a
governments
long time ago.
function in a way that they truly believe that people are stupid, and if we give them all the
Yeah.
truth, they're gonna, freak out, and it's gonna start a civil war, or it's gonna, cause people
Yeah, but
harm.
that's silly because they have access to other information other than what
Exactly.
you
And
give
so
them.
they treat people as if that people are not smart enough and they can't make, you know, decisions themselves or think for themselves. So we have to, the first thing we should do is we should say, oh, Elon Musk is spreading misinformation. He's lying about this, or that's exactly what they did, by the way.
Of
Uh,
course they did, yeah.
and that's, and eventually they would get to a point where they'll say, well, I think we found a few things. We're not going to accept and admit that we've got it all wrong ourselves. We're going to say, this and this, and
Yeah.
we'll get away with it, and we'll, carry on, because the ultimate goal is that the government has to stay intact and not have a revolution take place, and cause more harm to the government because we want to be in power. I think that's always the main goal. And many examples of this is, evident in any government you look into, that they will not accept to be in a position that they want to give away power to the public, and they don't want to be in a position where they want to govern for the public. It's almost like, we want to control people because people are not good enough to be kind of self managing themselves or self governing themselves.
Yeah. It sometimes seems like people are, like the nation is being considered as like a commodity to sell in a globalized market, like particularly in the UK, like having power over the UK is more like what farmland can we sell off, in what ways can we trade the UK as a nation to foreign interests to keep money coming in, and that must be the only. I think that's one of the only viable explanations as to why they've continued to allow mass immigration, because they think that it's good for the economy. Because it's like anyone who's trying to have social cohesion couldn't be allowing that much immigration, like in that flow. Like it's not even about where it's coming from, really. Obviously it does have cultural impact if there's cultures that clash with each other, but it's just too much. Even if you had millions and millions of Brits coming in, it would be too much to manage. So it just does seem like they're trying very hard to have a higher tax revenue because maybe they're almost defaulting on their loans because they've spent so much money over COVID. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know a lot about how governments actually work, but it does seem like we're living in a kind of post-nationalist world where actually governments are like running a business with their nations sometimes.
Yeah, and that's why you kind of have to wonder, how did Trump and the MAGA movement become what it's become? It's larger
Yeah,
than life, and it's such a populist movement.
yeah. Oh, yeah. How did Trump become what it's become? Multiple reasons, I guess. Like, to me, it's like, well, obviously the cliche one is the left went crazy and pushed so like a lot of left wing people and never Trumpers. I have never Trumper conservative friends who obviously Americans who voted for Trump, and then I have never Trumper left wing friends Americans who voted for Trump, and feminist friends who voted for Trump, and like I probably would have voted for Trump in this election. I haven't really actually openly come out and said my opinion on Trump too much since that first. I should probably. I assume we're recording.
We are.
Yeah, we just started. I forgot we just started having a
It's just a
conversation.
conversation, right?
Forgot that we were having a podcast. Yeah, I probably should tell your audience why you even heard of me.
Sure, yeah, go for it.
In that I'm a musician from Australia who, much to my own admission, have sinfully not spent enough time over in New Zealand, because we often do that. We often neglect New Zealand for the larger other markets, but sorry about that.
No,
So
that's all right.
probably
If you do come, you have to go to Queenstown.
okay,
That's where
okay.
that's one of the good spots.
The spot to go. Love to. I do like it when I go there, of course, but I just haven't been enough. So probably most of your audience won't know my music, my solo music, or my band, but I'm from an Australian band called the Jezabels, who were reasonably big over here and had some international success, from 2007 till about 2000 and, I don't know, 17 or 18, when we had a health scare in the band that sort of slowed down the trajectory of the band, and then I pursued a solo career. But obviously, that's been over the last 5 years. It was somewhat overshadowed by COVID. I live in Victoria, so yeah, COVID, and then all the economic kind of strangeness and social strangeness that has happened since then. And I live in Victoria, which was the most strict on the lockdowns, and you know had the most effect on businesses, and actually it's pretty bad in Victoria now for various reasons, like economically, crime-wise, lots of things. Housing prices are really low. It used to be a very wealthy state, and it's not so much doing so well these days. So I've probably been affected by all that. But basically, recently I decided to somewhat self-cancel myself because I wanted to protest about the Misinformation Bill that was being introduced in Australia. I haven't been a political activist musician since my solo stuff. And I wasn't even really in the Jezabels. We came across as quite feminist, but it wasn't like activism in music these days. It was before social media and stuff, so it was a bit different vibe. But I have been sort of purposefully non-political because I actually don't really love hearing about politics from musicians who don't know what the hell they're talking about. I don't really like musicians telling people how to vote. I don't really like musicians telling people what to do with their bodies. I don't really like artistic activism unless people are very, very well read, which some of them are and some of them are not. It's fine if people do it, but it's just was never really my jam. But when Trump got in this last year, I felt our government. How do I say this? It's a long story. I don't know if you want me to make it short, but
No, keep it as long as you like.
okay.
There's no
Well,
time
basically,
restriction.
we've all observed cancel culture, which has also been somewhat of an overshadowing factor for me on my solo career trajectory. It was difficult to engage with the music industry honestly, if you held opinions that I hold politically, like I believe in freedom of speech, the rule of law, the right to be innocent until proven guilty, or these various kind of old Enlightenment Western culture values that have been sort of slowly being sort of eroded by cancel culture. But and so trying to be honest while you're trying to promote your music is quite difficult. It's almost impossible without sort of eventually falling into a place where you're going to get cancelled. And so basically, I wasn't going to say anything about cancel culture because essentially it is still it's a cultural thing, and it's actually still even though I kind of hate it, it's still people using their own freedom of expression to say what they want, right? And I think it's kind of pathetic and encourages a horrible bullying culture, but that wasn't really my problem enough to want to like ruin my career over objecting to cancel culture. But I read recently that there was a few laws coming in Australia, and I'd seen them happening overseas as well, that were kind of codifying cancel culture, in my opinion, of what I'd heard. It seemed like every time you thought cancel culture was on the wane, something crazy would happen and it would just get worse. Like even before COVID, it was, oh, sorry, when COVID happened, I was like, oh, surely cancel culture will die from this because there's an existential threat to humanity and maybe we'll realize that that was all crazy and start telling the truth or whatever. And then the George Floyd thing happened, BLM rises up. It's like, whoa, okay, cancel culture is even bigger now. And then again with this kind of Trump populist anti-woke movement that's growing, you think maybe cancel culture is on the wane. And then you have all these governments starting to bring into law like hate speech stuff, misinformation bills. And so I don't think I was ever going to say anything about cancel culture. I think I was maybe going to, after I'd finished releasing my album last year, I was maybe going to say something about the Misinformation Bill. But yeah, what happened was the Australian government kind of rushed through the Misinformation Bill, which was really controversial and had a lot of objections to it. They rushed through the final reading of it in the lower house on the day of the Trump election, which seemed to me like quite insidious and like trying to hide it. Sorry, I'm getting a bit warm. And on that day, I just, under all the Trump hysteria, it felt like no one was talking about it. Most of the kind of political activist, arts, entertainment class were all talking about their abortion rights, like in Australia because of Trump. And it was like, this is just not really what you should be worried about right now in Australia. And so I just decided to make a bit of a splash by posting about the Misinformation Bill and my objections to it and my fears about freedom of speech in Australia. But I decided to wear a MAGA hat during this in this post because, like, it's a picture of me in a MAGA hat, because I felt like it was a bit of a shock jock thing to do. Which it turns out it was. It was quite angering to a lot of people, and I thought it would get the post about the Misinformation Bill more attention, which it did. It got onto national news. So that's kind of roughly. I don't know if I've summed it up enough to your
you did.
satisfaction.
No, that's great. So what is the state of, I guess, Australia and this Misinformation Bill, and what is concerning to you and for all Australians that you decided that you were going to speak up about it?
Well, actually, positive note, because I don't know how much you know about how our government works. We've got the upper and the lower house, the Parliament and the Senate. I'm kind of getting familiar with it myself these days, but it was passed in the lower house, but it still has to be passed by the Senate. And so I objected when the lower house passed it, but there was still room for people to write to their senators and object and have these senators block it. And apparently they were inundated with thousands of letters from people saying we were very worried about this. And the senators did block it, so we actually managed to defeat this particular bill, which is very exciting. But the crux of it and why it was bad to me, who's not a lawyer, obviously, but that doesn't really, I don't think that's a very good argument to say that, I shouldn't have an opinion on it. It was basically about the media and having a government body that would be able to assess whether information published in Australia by media outlets, sorry, I'll continue and then I'll come with the caveats, by media outlets or anyone, I think, whether it was misinformation or not and whether it could therefore be taken down or banned. But the problem with it was that there were all these exclusions about like mainstream media was excluded. So
Really?
it was really just, yeah, I know, right? And also anyone who the minister decided to exclude from it. So he or she could just say, this is excluded. It doesn't matter if this is not true or misinformation. I don't want it taken down. So they had discretion on it. But the problem is that when you looked at all that, it ended up being that it was basically just targeting podcasts.
Oh, right.
Because there was a lot of exclusions. And so it seemed after this Trump stuff and a lot of, we have what's considered to be a left-wing government at the moment, centre-left, Labor Party. I'm not sure your equivalent, but, they're kind of similar, uni party,
Yeah, we had
whatever,
one of those
but
and
they're
we
on the
kicked
left.
them out.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys got your elections coming up.
We do,
had
we do.
ours, I think, in October 2023.
Uh-huh.
And at that time, it was Jacinda. And it was very similar to the Victorian government.
Yeah,
and they were
quite.
sort of in cahoots in terms of the whole COVID response.
Yeah.
So she's gone, and
Right.
I think the hatred for her in New Zealand is still very strong.
She's
I
your
think
Dan
that people are
Andrews.
very dark about Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I heard some things about what were going on there, but you never know how much it's your algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, she basically was, she created this environment that, people were to fear politics and people were to fear her. And, she pushed through this hate speech bill, which the new government has, canned. She was
Right.
basically saying to the world and the New Zealand public that if you haven't heard it from her and her government, it's not real. It's fake news,
Right,
and she
yeah.
is the single source of the truth.
Yes,
And
okay.
that's like red flags, a very
That's
clear
basically what was
indication that
happening
this is
here.
about censorship, it's about control, it's about propaganda. She gave millions of dollars to the fourth state, which is the media in New Zealand, to report the news and report COVID news. And that was all, and they were all in cahoots with the government
Yeah.
as propaganda. So it's I
Yeah.
understand what you're talking about, and
It
there's a
sounds really
similar stuff
similar.
going on
Yeah.
with the Labour government in the UK,
Mm.
Trudeau's government in Canada. I think
Yeah.
there's a lot of similarities, so I get it.
Yeah. And so before moving on to how much that all feeds into maybe the Trump populist movements growing, which I think it does, Trump-esque populist movements.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of a similar thing. And of course, like your classic, what Elon used to say, I'm a leftist, a center used to be leftist, that the world's just shifted. Like I'm pretty moderate, but and I can see why a government in a pandemic would like people to be able to know what they are putting out and what the official line is. And there is an inundation of lots of information. Some of it's not true. Some of it's actually, bad actors trying to do bad things. I get the desire for to control information. But the thing is, like in Australia, we have the ABC. It's a government funded major media outlet. Everyone has access to it. You can pretty much assume that what's on the ABC is what the government is supporting, right? So you don't need to then crush everything else. Like it's quite clear. Like what they want you to do. Like they are also publicized with their announcements by every major media outlet and every other outlet. It's like we know what the government wanted us to do. It was very clear.
Yeah.
So I don't see that as a very good argument for the problem they have is that no one trusts them. Like that's what they need to work on, not, stopping people from saying the wrong thing or lying or anything like that. They actually just need to be, look at themselves and work out a way of getting our trust back again. Really, rather than trying to ban Joe Rogan or something, like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
It's. I think we hear this term fake news a lot, and and people, most people would not be able to define what fake news is, and it's simply what it really simply means is that anybody that writes the news, doesn't matter whether you're Joe Rogan or you're me, I do satire news, or it's mainstream media or ABC in Australia. It simply means that you're not, as a journalist, you're not taking the facts and creating a story based on the facts. You have a story in mind, you have a narrative in mind to push, and then you're bending the facts to fit that narrative that you want to tell. And
Yeah.
so that's where news can be misinformed, because you're pushing a narrative. And then, which is bizarre, because we end up in this world, when we look at media, we go, oh, CNN, they're left leaning, Fox, they're conservative. And you just go, well, that we don't need those labels. Everybody should report the news based on the facts, and they can't let their bias get in the way.
I
But we
suppose it's
live in a
difficult.
world where it's now normalized that you can have conservative media channels, you can have liberal media channels, you can have black media channels, you can have white media channels, you can have indigenous media channels. And it's bizarre, and I don't get it. And
Well, I
now you
would,
have all these different platforms.
yeah.
I think one of them is called Ground.news. What they do is they aggregate all the news
I've seen
articles.
this. Yes, I signed
Yeah,
up for
it's pretty
this.
cool. They
Yeah.
aggregate all the news articles, and they do this kind of dashboard on the top of every article, and it will tell
Where
you
they
very
lean.
quickly whether this article is left leaning or right leaning based on politics, right?
Yeah. There's a few things about that though. It's you're right. You should try and be impartial, and I think like the rise of opinion journalism obviously happened as a result of the clickbait thing and the fact that no one buys media anymore, so they lost their gatekeeping abilities to make money, and so they had to jump on board this how to basically it's like focus grouping. They're not tastemakers anymore. They're about like just giving people what they want and finding their audience and going with that audience and continuing that narrative. But at the
Yeah.
same time, to try and regulate that and say you should be neutral, it's actually impossible to be neutral as a human being. Like you see things a certain way because of your life. I don't want to say lived experience because I'll start sounding like I'm very woke, but you do. Like if you have experienced racism, you look for it everywhere. If you've experienced abuse, you look for it everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, and there's so much information that you have to pick and choose. Like you have to curate it a little bit. You can't just go, this is because there's so much news.
Yeah.
Like that
But
it's
what's
impossible.
important, though, I mean, we're talking about the misinformation bill in Australia that you're against, and you've come out against it. But I
Yeah.
think what's very important is that we need to have, in a healthy society, in a Western democracy, as many as different variety of news as possible, and we need to encourage the public and the citizens of a democracy to listen to different news channels
Yeah.
to gather information about the same news story. Then you have enough information or diverse range of information to make an informed decision based on what you think the truth is. And
Yeah.
truth can be subjective for different people, and they can make up their own mind, and that's healthy, because then in society and workplaces and family gatherings and friend circles, we can have healthy debates and have different views discussed about something, and tolerate different views,
Yeah.
and become healthy citizens that contributes in the advancement of human civilization.
Yeah. And this was the culture we used to have to an extent.
Yeah, 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 of course,
Something
yeah.
happened.
Something
Sorry to
happened.
interrupt you.
No, no, no. And I think that's where we need to be with all these bills, is we need to allow as much as different, people say, oh, but that's hate speech. It's like, what's wrong with hating things?
Yeah, there's nothing. I literally,
You
and
know?
this has happened to me quite a few times.
What's
So
wrong with hating things?
it's
Hating is a
actually
normal
fine to
emotion
hate
that humans
things. Yeah,
express.
yeah, and so you've got a generational sort of divide there with like the difference of opinion on what's okay, like, and what's violence and stuff. Like that, there's people growing up believing that words are violence now, and that's quite scary when you're also debating like hate speech laws. Which, so we defeated the misinformation bill. By the way, it was bad on both left and right. Like it would have been bad for left wing protesters. It would have been bad for right wing commentators. It was bipartisan bad. So I'm not particularly right wing in my objections to it. Right. It was the MAGA hat that makes people think I'm right wing. But coming back, we did defeat the misinformation bill, but we now have these similar things to what you're talking about in New Zealand. We have hate speech laws that they're now being discussed. Luckily, the Parliament's on holiday for now, so we don't have to think about it. But they're going to come back and try and introduce them. And there's actually the problem is it feeds into the mistrust because there's actually no reason for these laws. Like, so the incitement to violence, they're happening as a result of the government trying to do something about the rise in anti-Semitism, right? Which everyone, well, not everyone, but most normal, moderate people agree is a bad thing that we should try and not have in our culture. But the intention, the fact that their intentions are good doesn't mean that their solution is going to work or make it better. Like, so they're basically, we have incitement to violence laws already, right? You're not allowed to threaten anyone, like with a sort of imminent, credible threat. You're not allowed to do that. It's against the law, like already in the criminal code. Problem is they don't really enforce it because they don't really fund their police. But that's another story. But now they're trying to expand the kind of hate crimes element of incitement to violence so that it's specifically like a hate crime is obviously targeted towards a group. And we already have it for race and religion, which arguably we don't need because we already have it for individuals. So why is it worse to threaten someone based on religion than it is to just threaten someone? Like arguably all crime is hate. Like bashing someone you know is not really that much better than bashing someone you don't know because they're a different race, is it? It's still bashing someone. Can't this just be enforced like it's a crime to incite violence generally? But anyway, so they're expanding the group identities under the hate crimes bill to basically include, so currently it's religion and race, but they want to include, or maybe it's already sex, but sex, gender identity, intersex status, disability, political opinion, basically everything except kids as a group seems to be protected. I know,
Wow.
I'm not saying kids aren't protected. They probably are by default. I don't know, whatever. But it's so many groups. And it's like, well, you're just kind of naming everyone and they clash with each other anyway. So theoretically, like, what's the point of this? And when you look at it, like, it's concerning because for so many reasons. Like the first one being that suppression of speech never seems to work. It's very bad. Like they did it
Yep.
in Nazi Germany. They banned the Nazi Party and they banned Hitler from speaking for 4 years before he got in, took over, and tried to exterminate the Jews. So I don't see how suppressing anti-Semitism via speech is going to help the Jews. I really don't. Like, there's no evidence historically that it has worked. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that it's made it worse. And I know, actually, now can say I know some people whose anti-Zionism does border on anti-Semitism. Like, we all kind of do. Like, it's pretty rife.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm proud of that. I'm just saying, we all know some people who are that way inclined. And the problem is that anti-Semitism it's like a particular type of bigotry. It's also a conspiracy theory that the Jews are controlling the world, right? So if you try and suppress people's freedom of speech to protect the Jews, you're just proving them right in their own heads. And so you've got this problem where
Yeah.
it feeds the problem it's trying to fix. And I just feel like people should know that, particularly Jewish people. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's the opposite of trying to stop anti-Semitism is you let the truth surface to the top. If you don't let people to kind of say, hey, the Jewish people caused Jewish people are behind 9/11. There's millions of people in the world believe that. I've been part of private group chats on Telegram where the Jewish hatred and the Zionist hatred is it's like deep,
yeah, yeah.
and you
It's
always sort
deep
of
in our
have to
culture as
wonder
humans.
where it comes from and why is it happening and what information do they have that I don't have. And the hatred is just deep, and the and my point is, if you let the stuff happen, eventually people know what the truth is. If you block it, then it becomes more dangerous because
Way more.
people end up in these private environments, underground environments, digitally or physically, where
Yeah.
they start to believe misinformed information.
And feel
You
oppressed.
have, for example, Daryl Cooper. He's a historian, he's a revisionist. He went on Tucker Carlson, not a tiny podcast, a big
Yeah.
podcast, where he talked about how Hitler was not the bad guy. He did not intend to exterminate the Jews. He built the concentration camps as a good way for Jews to disappear and die because he couldn't really handle the amount of people he had to deal with. And
Right. A good
and,
way. Yeah,
and
yeah,
you just
okay.
gotta and he thinks the chief villain of World War II was Churchill.
Well, I mean,
Now,
that's what
okay,
most
well,
leftists think now as well.
if I'm gonna stand for free speech, first thing I'm gonna say, he's allowed to say that. Same thing with Candace Oven. You don't have to take her visa away if she wants to come to
Let
Australia
her
and New
come.
Zealand to say she's allowed to say that. And I think New Zealanders and Australians are sophisticated people. We live in advanced societies and we should have access to that information. We should be able to go
Exactly.
listen to her speak and we can make up our own mind. We don't
And
need
then have
you, the
someone else
government, to tell us what we
conflicting.
can and can't hear. It's none
Yeah.
of your business.
Yeah.
You need to go fix the potholes, the roads, and do all the
Exactly.
things we need you to do. We pay you to
Exactly.
do, and then
Yes.
shut the fuck up,
And maybe
right?
fund the police so that when we get robbed, we don't have to hire private security. You could do a couple of
Yeah,
things.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's the truth eventually surfaces to the top. Okay.
Yes, it does.
And that's why I'm doing a podcast with a friend of mine who is an expert in this field, and we're gonna do 3 hours of only talking good things about Hitler.
Oh, great. That's going to go well for you
Right,
online.
and it's about if you end up, the point of the podcast is, if you end up 3 hours of listening good things about Hitler and you believe Hitler is a good guy, then maybe what's going on in your mind? Because we all have parasites in our minds. The Parasitic Mind by Gad Saad he's an
Yeah.
evolutionary psychologist. He talks about how infectious ideas like climate change can cause these parasites in your mind where you really believe in them, but they're actually quite harmful to you and harmful to society, like censorship.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're right. And in this kind of subjective world where, everyone's got the different narratives, it is very difficult to say, well, no, that one's more true, that one's less true. Like, we know history was written by the victors, so of course there's going to be an argument to say that maybe Hitler would have been the good guy if he'd won. If he had won, we would actually probably all believe that he was. Who knows? But I suppose for me, you come just to bring it back down to a like life situation is like, I go from one extreme to the other with maybe that's the politics, maybe that's the correct thing. But what I found and how I ended up kind of falling out of the progressive wokeness was that actually following some things led me to sheer misery as a person, and following other things led my life to be better. And that's kind of how I've started to try and develop a system of values. Like, like lying and holding back from telling the truth when I think something really bad is going on makes like it really grates at my soul. And I felt like I had to do that for a long time during, I think a lot of people have felt like
Yeah.
that during this cancel culture world. And then also blaming other forces for my misfortune, which I think there's a lot of that in anti-Semitism, but also in communism and in a lot of left-wing thought. There's a lot of kind of resentment of blaming like the big man or blaming well, in feminism, the patriarchy. There's these large and all-powerful forces that are oppressing you, and therefore there's nothing you can do about it, about your problems or your poverty, or maybe even on the right wing side, it's like the government. Like they have that kind of scapegoat for their own problems. And like I've personally found that trying to take as much responsibility for my life as I can, trying not to focus on how much it's other people's fault, has led me to, and I'm still not great at this, but I'm trying to practice it, has led me to greater happiness in recent years, and telling the truth and these kinds of things. So I don't know, maybe that's part of why I felt the need to speak out about the bill, because I was sitting there waiting for someone else to fix things. I hated cancel culture. I hated lots of things about the music industry. I hated where the government was taking things. I was very angry, but I was angry at all these other activists for not doing anything about that, and I was angry at
Yeah.
the music industry for going along with all these weird narratives, and angry at the government
Yeah.
for introducing the thing. And it's like, well, I've got to take responsibility and tell the
Yeah, you
truth
have
at
to
some point.
realize that it's you who has to stand up as a
Yeah,
citizen, as a taxpayer, as a member of a democratic system. It's you that has to stand up. And I had a similar experience. I grew up until I was 35. I had nothing to do with government. I had nothing to do with politics, and that's how it was supposed to be, because the less government is best, and everybody gets on with living the life that they want to live, and they focus on opportunity growth and family and
and it's
improving your
cheaper
standard
as
of
well. Like
living.
big government's really expensive,
Yeah.
like really
and
expensive.
so that was kind of like what I was doing, but I was very unaware of the fact that the censorship culture and control and bigger governments were just they were getting bigger and bigger and bigger the last 15-20 years, and I was unaware of it. I was disinterested in it, and I should have been more interested in it. And lived experiences, I was all about feminism, equal rights. I've lived that life, plant-based diet. I've done all of that stuff, but in the end of it, I have seen the impacts, the negative impacts on myself and people around me, my life, my household, my income, everything. And then
Hmm.
I have to at some point stop and go, what the fuck is all of this all about? If it's going to make the world a worse place, why do we have to do this? So, that lived experiences is eventually are important as well, to
Of
get to a
course,
point to stand up and say, well, no, I'm not gonna, this hasn't worked.
yeah,
All about all of these things. I'm homeless in many ways in terms of politics and views and philosophies and principles.
yeah,
But I think as a human, the basic ones always have to come to the surface, like common sense and free speech and the Constitution.
yeah,
I think the American Constitution is probably the single most important invention in institutional innovation or institutional invention that has ever come about in the history of humankind. Even
Magna
much
Carta's up
more
there.
powerful than Magna Carta, which is,
Yeah, which is being overturned currently by the hate speech laws in the UK.
yeah, yeah,
Or was it the Magna Carta? I can't remember. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I kind of agree with you on everything, which is, maybe we're in our little echo chamber.
yeah,
But I think coming back to what you said about the melting pot of ideas, that you didn't use that phrase, but like the liberally taking in different views and tolerating them a bit. The problem, I suppose, with the last 15 years or whatever of cancel culture, and why I wore the MAGA hat, was that I at least moved in and have always lived in circles, like fairly left wing circles, because I'm a musician and God forbid you ever be anything but left wing if you're a musician. But there has been a continuing push towards excluding conservative thought and any kind of idea of right wingness in I don't know how to describe it. Definitely in the arts, even in mainstream culture now, even in the corporate world, who are all actually businesses that are trying to pretend that they're some kind of Marxist good cause. But the problem is that like it kind of takes all sorts to make the world better. Like the left are really good at like criticizing and bringing up problems, and that's actually necessary. But there is an argument to say that like the conservative attitude is sometimes it sometimes creates people who are pretty good at coming up with solutions as well, like or implementing them, or like because they're more conscientious, or it's like that sometimes I'm not sure that just ousting all conservatives is a good idea. Like, and just raging about injustice. It's like, yeah, there is injustice, but like, what's your solution? Is it just to kill the white man? Because I'm sorry, but I'm not in on that one because just
Yeah.
sheer self-interest. Like, at some point, I'm going to have to not support the kill the white man solution.
Yeah.
And so, as much as people like to indulge those kind of blame colonialism for everything, it's like at some point
Yeah.
you are the
And
colonist,
it's
and
this is all also, optics. I mean,
yeah,
if you look at it, it's like, well, it's is it really the white people that are causing more harm? Is it's like, are you saying indigenous people haven't caused harm to themselves or to other people? And it's,
or are incapable of it.
you can also see things like, white people are, they think they are superior, but actually when you look at it, it's like it's the indigenous people that behave like they're the special people and they need to be treated specially.
Well, and
People of
culturally,
color, they
it's
think that they're special people and they need to have special rights. It's like, whoa, you how this doesn't make any sense. Do you realize what you're actually saying? And the funny
yeah,
thing is that, if you look at the world population, the white people is like 6 to 7%. White
right,
people are not even the, they're not even
majority.
the top in terms of population size. They're just only 6% of the world population. So,
Oh yeah, and do you know how many Jews there are, by the way?
um,
15.7 million in the
how
whole
many?
world. 15.7 million in the whole
Yeah,
world,
that's
and I think
tiny.
about half of them are in Israel. So if you want to destroy Israel from the river to the sea, that is pretty genocidal. Like
Yeah,
just taking out half the population
yeah,
may be a bad idea. But like like in terms of if you don't like genocide. But
yeah.
yeah, there's not that bad. It's always a scale, a zoom in, zoom out thing as well. Like, so one of the big accusations I received from like former fans for wearing the MAGA hat is that he's obviously a misogynist. Trump's obviously a misogynist. I mean, depending on where you get your news from, he's obviously a misogynist. He's obviously anti LGBTQI plus. He's obviously, I can't remember the other things he is, but that was the main objection from my sort of followers because actually Jezabels and my music kind of, particularly the Jezabels, was quite big in queer communities and feminist communities. So they hated that element of the MAGA hat. And also old boomer feminists and stuff hate that too. They think, the grabber and a pussy type stuff. Horrible.
Yeah.
They loathe him for all of that gender stuff. But if you zoom out, and so for them, it's like, it's obvious we should have voted for Kamala, right? Because she's a woman. It's like, well, yeah, okay. If you look at things from an identity politics perspective, the white guy who said grab her in the pussy and maybe wasn't even that pro gay marriage shouldn't be the one you vote for. But if you zoom out and see that America is facing really serious competition from people like Iran, Russia, China, and they are getting strong and like the threat of war is quite imminent, then you might suggest that he would be the better the better candidate for protecting the rights of women and gay people and everything because those rights are much stronger in America and in America that it's not been invaded by China, for example. I think like having the strength is peace thing, like it's probably more fostering of like having LGBTQI plus rights than letting that dark sort of triad take over the world. So if you think Kamala could have, you know, would have been better at fighting those wars, then maybe. But it didn't. It wasn't. There wasn't much evidence to suggest that she wasn't going to let America's borders just sort of dissipate. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think these reactions, like, you wearing the MAGA hat, to me, one of the things that, like, becomes very obvious to me is people really have lost their way in understanding what a government is and what a government should be and what a government actually does.
Yeah,
It's like, well, if you want to vote for Kamala because she's a black woman, you're basically saying it's a beauty contest. You
yeah.
want to see these people every day because you want to relate to them. No, they're actually there to run a government that should
They
do a
have a
job,
job.
so
Yeah,
you can have the
they're not just
infrastructure
a
you
quota.
need to live the life that you need to live and
Yeah,
progress and improve for yourself and people around you, your community
yeah.
and your place and where you come from and everything else. That's your world, your reality. It's not. This is not a beauty contest, right? So you have to look at the policies. Like, what are the top 5 policies Kamala is working on, and the top 5 problems in America, and that's what it boils down to. Number 1 is immigration, right?
Yeah.
Do you want 10 million illegal immigrants coming to the country? Yes or no? And you're okay with, it's like, yeah, well, I do want 10 million illegal people because they do the jobs that they need to do. It's like, okay, well, how can we solve that problem differently? Can we have 10 million people coming in the country illegally so we can vet them, so we don't allow criminals coming in, so they don't kill our women and children and people that are more vulnerable in our community? Okay, economy, how do we fix that? How do we handle this? What are your top things? And I think that's where, covering the whole election myself as a satire news writer, since Trump decided to run again and he won the primaries and he got into the race, and him being prosecuted and covering all of that stuff, it was very difficult to understand why the public was not interested in talking about the real issues that a government should be doing, and going back to the fundamentals of less government, free speech, do the good things right. And then eventually, I think Trump was able to push that message, and people obviously, voted for him as a majority, and he got the popular vote by like 6-7 million voters. And I think the message was eventually able to push through, and it pushed through because of free speech, because of Joe Rogan and the podcast that he went on, and all these alternative news that he was able to do. And I think that eventually got through, and now we can see that his cabinet and the team that he's building, that's exactly how a government should be. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're going to be part of Doge, which sits outside the government, but they're going to cut about $3 trillion of government funding every year. They're going to deal with debt. And to deal with debt is not really about mass immigration and increasing the tax revenue, because that's just a blip. It's actually tariffs. If you look at the data, between 1842 and 1915, America was so wealthy. And that was all tariffs. That was all tariffs. It's not about income tax. It's not about creating jobs. Yes, they play a role, but even Trump said it a week ago. He posted it on social media. It's like, if you want to get wealthy, if you want to start paying off the debt and getting America wealthy again like we used to be, it's tariffs. Right? We
But
just got
also
to
cutting
we just got to
spending.
manage our tariffs. We got to charge the right amount. We got to make sure China is not, dominating, like controlling the Panama Canal that Americans built. 38,000 Americans died building that pathway for ships to come through. We gotta get, manage properly what a government should be. And I think that's like a big thing. Whenever you see all these problems going on in countries like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, the UK, And these governments have come in because people are upset that the government that are in charge are mismanaging the entire thing,
Mm.
the entire governance of a country. And so they bring in these other guys in who don't have a solution, and they actually focus on their agenda of censorship instead of actually dealing with the real issues that people have voted them in. It's
Mm.
bizarre. It's
Yeah.
people almost don't understand what a government is and what they should be doing and how can we converse and set that expectation.
Well, funnily enough, a little bit, I totally agree with you. Like they weren't, the narrative, the mainstream narrative wasn't talking about those issues. And so you might say, why don't people care about them? But actually, I would say that people do care about them and remember them and know what the role of government is. And that's why this is called a populist movement. Because everyone who comes in, and it's almost an insult to call it populist because that has negative connotations, but
Yeah.
all of these populists parties that are coming in that are anti-establishment, maybe you call it, but they're actually just talking about pretty old school, normal versions of what we used to think a government was meant to do. And so maybe people just haven't forgotten that. And they're like, no, yeah, that's the role of the government. Like, I don't care if he's a bigot. Like, that's what you got to do. Like, it's
Yeah.
not about him as an individual. Yes, his charismatic marketing genius has definitely propelled him, but it's actually most people were voting for Trump on his policies, I think, in the end. And that maybe once again we underestimate how much people actually do know the role of government, and that's why these are the populist movements, if you
Yeah.
know what I mean. It's
Yeah,
not some
I think you're
and we always
right.
say it's
I think you're
racism
right.
and that,
I mean, if we just
but
look
it's
at
not.
the election results, you're right. People eventually had figured out, what the real issues is, what the government is. I think you're right. Media does kind of screw that up a lot,
A little.
and you can have that view. But I think you're right. And what's happened in America has obviously been a great thing. I think if Trump lost, we were screwed.
Oh,
Western,
it actually scared the crap out of me.
yeah.
But then after that, and I was like, oh, I'll just come out openly because I've basically come out anyway. I definitely was happy that Trump won. And people were like, how can you say that and be a feminist? And it's like, well, actually, feminism has lost its way a little bit, to be honest with you. I'm not sure I can go with it
Yeah,
there.
it's quite
But I
dangerous.
did used
It's
to be
women
one.
want to control what a woman narrative is instead of actually doing good things for women. And
Yeah,
they're trying
yeah,
to suck
it's
men in,
wild.
they're trying to emasculate men, they want to masculine women. It's fucked up. It's like, what the fuck are you guys
Well, they
doing?
also can't say what a woman is, so it's like, well, why am I going to
Yeah,
listen to you on how to fucking help them?
exactly.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm not with you on this, by the way,
yeah,
at all. I know what one is. I
yeah.
remember. That's why I've just stepped away from this whole strange
Yeah, in Australia,
self-loathing
like you
movement.
have the Sal Grover. She's an interesting character. She's the
Yeah.
founder of is it
Giggle?
Giggle, yeah,
Giggle.
you know,
Yeah.
and I support those kind of people, and they should protect women's spaces and all that stuff. But they
So you're a
also,
bigot then?
exactly, yeah, I'm a bigot.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be a bigot,
Okay.
and but at the
Yeah, I'm
same
fine with
time,
it
there is
too.
some of the stuff that Sal would put on X. I would be concerned about because
Right.
she's starting to now kind of say, "Oh, the patriarchy is the problem. It's not just these men
Well,
that
her
pretend to be women."
origins are from the Me Too movement, which we all were such big advocates of until there was another
What a
fucking issue, and
scam
suddenly
that
we don't
was!
believe women anymore. How funny.
What a scam!
Yeah, no, I never really got on board that. I was very, very skeptical of the whole hashtag believe women. One, because I am a woman and I know I've lied and I can lie. And also, I was aware of like thousands of cases have existed of false accusations. People do use that as a weapon. Like it is possible that a woman would lie. So I got the intention, which was to try and, push back against the bias against believing women and maybe try and make it easier for actual victims of actual assaults to come forward and not feel like they're just going to be, you know, bombarded with distrust. And it's a really difficult problem philosophically because with sexual assault, you're dealing with one, or anything where you're dealing with one person's word against the other. Of course, it's a really difficult problem, but oversimplifying it to hashtag believe women is like, nah, not considering the fact that 90% of custodies go to women. Like, there's a lot of things women are believed on, right? So let's just, I don't know. That I didn't
Yeah.
love that. But she came, back to Sal Grover, she came from that, right? And she had, I don't think she had any idea of the trans movement really at the start. She was in LA, I think, doing script writing and had experienced some of this, what's it called, the casting couch stuff, and wanted to create a space where women could find flatmates, could talk about their abuse, could just, an online space. It's actually fine. It's a little club. It's like getting together for coffee or a book club. But it's women only because they have some shared concerns. And I believe that it's nice. We have a man's shared
Nothing wrong with
communal
that. Yeah.
space. These are lovely things.
Yeah,
People can
great.
have them. There is a
Yeah.
differences
It's a
of
free
there's different
world. You want to
groups.
create spaces for yourself, you
Yeah.
can do that.
But our court system decided, because someone who is a trans woman, who, depending on how you look at it, is a, I'm not even going to try and define it, but you
He's
know
a
what a
man.
trans woman is.
He's a
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
He
he's changed
identifies
sex.
as a woman,
Yeah,
but
and
he's a
tried to
man.
enter the. I tried to enter the app as, yeah. Obviously,
Try
your
to enter
listeners are
the app.
probably
Yeah.
aware of the Sal Grover stuff. I don't know, but
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
and the court upheld that they had Giggle had discriminated against Tickle, Kirsty Tickle. It's an
But they
um,
play
court
so
case.
well,
Giggle
eh?
versus Tickle, far out. I mean,
Yeah, giggle versus
it
tickle.
really undermines the seriousness of it. Anyway, so yeah, the Australian Federal Court, I think, found that they were discriminating against this trans person by not allowing them into the women's group. And so my biggest question for this, I haven't looked deeply into the transcript of the case, but okay, say we have changed the definition of woman in Australian culture, which it turns out, according to common law, we have, even though we had no referendum about that. We had one about the voice. We didn't have one about changing the definition of woman, but okay, moving on. Say we have had that. Couldn't you get around it with the, human right being that there is freedom of association? Could you not get around it by just changing the definition of Giggles club being that you have to be a biological woman that was born woman, female, blah, 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 and this is the club and we're allowed to have this. And I think that there's a legal argument for that and they just should change their rules. But unfortunately, it's not. We don't have freedom of association. They would get attacked for that as well.
Yeah.
But
I don't
legally,
think
they
that's
should
where
be
you
allowed
solve the
to.
problem. I think where you solve the problem is you say if you have a penis and balls and you want to identify as a woman and you want to do that and you want to wear wigs and lipsticks, okay, do that. I'm not a bigot, by the way.
Most people are
You know,
fine with this.
I'm very inclusive and tolerant, and you can do that. But you're not a woman. You cannot engage in spaces that are for women. You cannot go to a woman's toilet. You cannot. We gotta have standards. You can't just all of a sudden, want to take a shit in a woman's toilet, and that's okay. No, that's not okay. You cannot
Yeah.
go play sports in a woman's sports because sport is designed to be fair, and we watch it because it's fair. I'm
Yeah.
okay with enhanced sports. There's a game called Enhanced Games where everybody takes drugs and performance enhancement drugs, and
But they're
it's like
consenting to do
Olympics.
that.
And
Yeah.
that's fine, but we know that that's what you're watching, right?
Yeah.
So I don't I think the where we solve this problem is the definition of a woman, and that is, you have an XX chromosome. Yeah, that's what a
You
woman is,
produce
and then
gametes
everything
or
else is
whatever,
a
the
male. You
ovum.
you
Yeah.
can choose to identify as a woman because that's what you please, and okay, cool. But you cannot all of a sudden be like, oh, I want to be. I want to be included in
Well,
everything
in
that's a woman. No.
breastfeeding clubs, like they have now
Yeah.
breastfeeding charities that have been.
Yeah, and I think people have taken this whole woman definition to a whole new level where, you have, in New Zealand, I had a guest on my show. She was talking about this midwifery council, which talks about, training for midwife. It's all of a sudden, if a person identifies as a woman, he's a man, and he's in this process of having a child, you have to treat him as a woman. And it's just like bizarre. It's like, no, he's a, how do you
It's
do that?
impossible.
And then they have all these operations where they try to turn a male's nipples and chest into making artificial milk. And what comes out of the man's nipple is actually like pus, and they feed it to the
Yeah.
child
And this
as
is
milk.
how,
And you just think, what the fuck is going on here? How did
yeah,
I
there's
miss all of
some
this? But
really
it's bizarre,
absurd
and
stuff.
I think we just need to stop this whole bullshit definition thing. There's a man, there's a woman. It's very clear and it's obvious, and
Also,
that's what it
like,
is.
not only is it scientifically obvious, and, again, another funny thing we all used to say is believe the science when it was on trend. It's like, oh, suddenly that's out the
Believe the
fucking
science.
window.
That's one of
Yeah,
my
it's like, which
favorites.
science exactly? Because I kind of reckon believe biology too, if you want to. Anyway, the science. So, where were we? Oh, yeah. Nah, I don't know. It's a dangerous area. It is, but I guess it all does tie in with freedom of speech. Like I've crossed the divide now, so I'm happy to talk about this with you because I'm already considered a bigot, just for wearing the MAGA
We should
hat.
start the bigots
But
club. Only
well, I mean,
bigots
it's
get to
now
come and
it
hang
it
out.
really is. I saw a British guy, working class guy on the internet today talking about how, a lot of, I guess you'd call them native Britons, feel very, excluded from their world. They feel left behind. They feel, rejected. They feel the two-tiering stuff going on.
Yeah, they have
And he
Tommy
said, I don't
Robinson
care if you
in
call me a
prison for,
racist. It's boring.
Yeah,
Calling me a racist bores me. It's not even a threat anymore. It's like
yeah,
that whole weaponry of those words. It just literally, I don't care. And that's what I
yeah.
would say to anyone because I've had a lot since my self-canceling episode. I've had a lot of people, like hundreds and hundreds of people, message me saying like, thank you, I agree but I can't because blah blah blah. And I'm like, I totally get that. That was me. Like I prepared my life for this moment. Like it's not, you can't just do it. Like there's consequences on your income, there's consequences on everything. But I would say that like the only way to defeat this stuff that you're finding tyrannical is more people speaking against it and us finally coming to a critical mass. Like I would encourage anyone who is in the position, even just test it. Like test it with your friends first. You'll get some bad reactions, but they also might come around later or they might never come around. But, just start trying to talk about it because I do think it's possibly the only solution. I had a friend say, like, how did we get to this point? When we were talking about the freedom of speech laws and the stuff that's happened in the UK with people being arrested for tweets and all that stuff. And they're like, how did we get here? And I'm like, well, we got here by saying nothing. We really did. The middle,
Yep,
particularly,
that's true.
said nothing. And they let, myself included, let the far left and the far right do all the talking. If you even want to call them far left and far right, but whatever. We let extremists do all the talking for a while, and then it started coming towards the middle, and then you started realizing that like there was people calling it out, and you agree with them, and you're like, well, this is weird because they're the right wing. I'm not supposed to agree with the right wing, but they're kind of the only ones who are brave enough to say it, maybe because they believe in God or something other than their own material interests. I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
and then slowly you realize that like the way we got to this point where our government is trying to take away our freedom of speech in a very sort of totalitarian way is by allowing it in the culture to begin with and never speaking up against it. They tested it, and we said, we will do nothing about this. We'll just shut up and do what you say. And I'm not saying it's like some conspiracy, they tested it. I just mean maybe they observed that
yeah,
if you assert something on people and they don't fight back,
yeah,
you can assert more on them.
yeah. I know that you keep calling it, which I want to explore with you, self cancellation. I've self cancelled myself. Do you think that it has actually cancelled you in terms of your fans and your following, or do you think it's actually made it bigger, your movement?
It's Probably a bit too soon to tell. I would say yes, in the sense that I've had an ego death.
Yeah,
I've
yeah, it's an
killed
ego
a
death. Yeah,
side of it myself that, I mean, I think if you're not, if you don't know my band and what it culturally represented, you might think, oh, it's fine. You'll just get new. No, like, not really. Like, I am like the epitome of what people would have thought was pretty damn woke. Like, I, you know, pre wokeness, but, feminist looking, like alternative looking Melbourne, you know, musician that's supposed to be a leftist. I hang out in all those circles. I just don't really talk about it. And so, and all my fans, there was, it's mainly in the queer community, mainly in the feminist community. So I would say that that person is gone. Like a lot of them, though, to be fair, I was actually quite surprised that a lot of my existing followers said, I like you even more now. I actually back this. I was very shocked at the ratios of support from existing followers. But yeah, there are some new followers. The question is how much they care about the music or whether they're just jumping on to support the politics, which is actually fine because I'm not even sure I'm that interested in making music at the moment. That's the other thing. It was a little bit of a self-canceling, as in, like, I'm bowing out. I'm done with this industry for a while at least.
yeah,
I can't see I can't get any satisfaction in it. Like, it's the
yeah,
arts and you're not allowed to speak your mind unless it's the party line. Like, that's propaganda to me. It's not,
yeah.
I can't be a part of the Ministry of Propaganda. It's weird. Like,
Yeah, it's this whole conversation and debate and identity and what's cool and what's uncool. People kind of get caught up, and sometimes it's a trap. And like for example, people don't want to be woke anymore, and they're anti-woke,
yeah,
right?
yeah, and that is a trap
And
too.
I think like Ricky Gervais has a really good way of explaining it, and he does it in his Netflix special Armageddon. And he says, well, words change. People use words and they take something that's really good, to change the meaning of it,
Mm.
and all of a sudden people want to be anti woke,
Yeah.
and he makes the case during the special. He says, I'm still woke because this is the original meaning of woke.
Right.
you know
Yes.
it's a good thing because we believe in free speech. We believe everybody has the right opportunity. We are against anti-Semitism. We're against these things that we all think it's not the right thing, and that's what wokeness is, right?
Yeah.
and
I
and,
got an
and
argument
so
against it, but
of
I'll let you
course, of
finish.
course, you can. I, mean, I think that's it's a good thing that we can have different arguments and views about these
Yeah.
things. And I'm not saying that I can explain Ricky Gervais as well as I could. You can watch the special
No,
and you
no,
can
I
see it
agree.
from
I've
yourself.
seen that and I get the argument he's making.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and I love the way he kind of explains this whole idea that God created man, and to survive famine and survive world wars and go through the ice age, and eventually the man gets scared of words,
Yeah. Yeah,
you
yeah,
know
yeah, yeah.
and
Yeah.
so it's kind of like people are purposely penetrating governments and globalist environments and corporate America to kind of control and create this weaponization of words and language
Yes.
to control an agenda.
And that would be where my point of counter argument would be, is that what he's describing wokeness as, and you're describing wokeness as the original woke, is already corruption of language because it's just awake. It's just being awake. And there was a movement there
Right.
to take it away from that. And so I just kind of, and I understand it came from Black America and it was about anti-racism and these kinds of things. I don't know everything about it, but I understand that that's a genuine, it was a genuine like usage of a word, like it's slang or whatever. That doesn't make it inferior. But what it it's that corruption of the language that becomes, it is a bit Soviet in that it's like you say it like this now and you've got to be like this now, and the same thing happened with woman. And I'm not saying the original people who said woke did this, by the way. That's not the accusation at all. But it is the fundamental difference between being woke and being awake. Is that being woke, you follow the party line, right? Even though they're saying the incorrect word. And there's this strange cognitive dissonance with like, yes, men are women, and woke is correct, and even
Yeah.
though it's literally grammatically incorrect,
Yeah.
and sort of these kind of things that you have to accept. And I think the purposeful screwing with the language is it is on purpose, and it is like, one, breaks down culture, two, breaks down logic, and then confuses and demoralizes people. Like,
Yeah.
people are just very demoralized
Yeah. So
by
did you
this kind of
really feel
stuff.
like you had to get out of the music industry because it was whole just like,
Yeah, for a long time I've been like, this is, I can't. You gotta remember,
surely
like,
there are musicians that are conservative. There are musicians,
if
when
there
I
are,
was
they don't
following
talk
up.
about it. So how do you
Sorry?
know? Yeah, if there are, they don't talk about it. So how do you know?
Yeah.
Because if they
But I
do, they
think that
get
was
cancelled.
kind of the change we saw with the Trump movement and the rallies that he was doing. There was a lot of musicians coming out to support Trump.
Were there?
It was not just
Americans
this
though, right?
idea. It was not just this idea that Hollywood was left leaning. It was there's a lot of artists that was all about Trump.
Yeah. In America though, I think it's probably different in Australia. And I think there are those artists, don't get me wrong. I just don't think that they have come out. And
Yeah,
I
I think
don't
you're
think
right.
that,
For some reason, that left has able to control and this whole music industry, and they've been able to kind of control the narrative that goes on in this creative art space. For some reason, if
yeah.
you're conservative in that space, and that's why podcasting is interesting, is that you know anyone that's kind of left leaning doing podcasts, they're pretty much dead in the water.
Yeah. Well,
Anyone that's kind
podcasts are
of
new rock and roll to me.
yeah, anyone that's kind of like, yeah, exactly. Anyone that's
Yeah.
kind of doing, you know, talk about everything and anything on podcast, and it not being polished as well. If you're doing a lot of
Yeah.
polished podcast where everything is controlled and editorial, and you can't say this and you can't talk about that, everything is like, gold
Yeah.
and 24 karat,
Well,
like,
it's just mainstream media.
it's just mainstream media, and it
Yeah.
doesn't work. And so it's bizarre and it's interesting. And anyone that's been doing podcasts that was like very left leaning about well being and self improvement or self development and self help, that's all dead in the water right now.
Is it really? Okay.
I think so. I think that they don't work because that's. I mean, you look at, you know. Every time when you have the elections, it's a really good indication to kind of see where things are at, right? Because they give you that really real-time data. Kamala spent six figures to do this like studio set
Yeah.
for Call Me Daddy or Call Her Daddy.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it
yeah.
was the podcast that she went on.
I'd never heard of it until then.
Yeah, and that got she that podcast had like a few 100,000 views. And Trump went on Joe Rogan, and that was like 50 million views, and that
Yeah.
was that he didn't spend any money on doing that,
Yeah.
and that's because it's unedited, it's authentic. When you record, you record. There is no editing, there is no cuts,
Yeah.
there is no talk about this, talk about that. Joe Rogan has a really good rule, and Russell Crowe actually exposed it. On one of the radios in Australia. When you go to a Joe Rogan podcast, he will make you sign an agreement that basically says you're not to leave the studio until I say the recording is done. Which basically means he wants to make sure that he can talk about everything he wants to talk about, and he doesn't want anybody to control the time, the length of the show,
Yeah.
and all that stuff, right? So
Yeah.
that's one thing you agree to. Second thing is everything you say, it's on you. We don't want the platform to be, facing any legal issues or cancellation, right? And because as much as we love free speech, there are laws. You
Yeah, yeah,
can't.
there's
You have
consequences.
to understand and be responsible with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because the laws are designed and should always be designed not to censor you, but that you speak the truth, right?
Well, and I agree that podcasts shouldn't be blamed for what their guests say on them. It's just stupid.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, if I go interview Hitler, all of a sudden I'm a bad person now
Well, they
because
say
I go
you're
talk to Hitler.
platforming him, but it's like, well, you also should hear from the guy who's running a country, like,
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So yeah, it's interesting how Joe Rogan does it, and
mm,
he has these rules, and podcasts have become this really good measure
yeah.
point of what culture is and what it should be.
Well, here's the thing, right? I would vote for Trump alone on the fact over Kamala that he said yes to Joe Rogan and she didn't have the wisdom to. Like, that is not someone I want running my country personally. Like, if you don't say yes, you got something to promote and you don't have the intelligence to say yes, or you think you can't handle an interview for whatever reason, it's just you drop everything and you go and talk on the biggest media outlet of arguably all time. Like, it's crazy to say no to that.
Yeah, it
So
is.
that's
It
enough
is
for me to
because
go,
Joe
you
Rogan's
shouldn't be running the
podcast
country.
is known for, camaraderie, guys hanging out, talking about culture, talking about life, comedy, music, arts, politics, business. It's authentic. People talk about anything and everything. So, when you talk about voters who have
Yeah,
real lives,
that's a way to relate to them.
the Joe Rogan podcast is what relates to that life, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to come across as authentic and real, and not someone that's actually enabler of deep state that everybody hates, because you're not there to fund the deep state and send billions to Ukraine. You're there to make our lives better, right? Because we
Yeah, but
pay you.
also, even if you did want to just be like a political bore, I would want to still use his platform to say all of the policies that I want to promote. Like, there's absolutely no
Yeah.
argument against it.
The
And
funny
that's,
the funny thing is that when Kamala lost, right, the left is basically saying, "How can we get one of those? How can we get a Joe Rogan?" It was so narcissistic in many ways. It's like, we hate the guy, we hate the podcast, but we need it because it's
you
valuable.
had
And how can
one.
we do it better than him?
Here's the answer. You had one. It was him. He was a
That's right.
leftist. You went
Yeah,
crazy. How
that's right.
about
You had
stop
him.
being crazy and he'll come back to you?
Yeah.
Or maybe he won't, but like, you could just acknowledge that he's actually fairly centrist.
Yeah,
And
I mean, he was always been, very. He
he will
was
give left
raised
wing
by
people good.
hippies.
Yeah, yeah.
His parents were hippies, and he
Yeah.
was raised by hippies, and he grew up in, California. He was there for a long time, so he was, But I also still think that he would be happy to have them anyway. I mean, he's happy to have
Yeah,
Kamala
well,
come
he
on the
invited
show.
her
And
on.
yeah, I mean, he had John Fetterman on the show before the elections. Who's I think he's probably going to be the 2028 candidate for the Democrats, and he's one of the guys that I really like. Although
Yeah.
I disagree with him on things like immigration, and other things.
I don't know much about him.
Yeah, no, he's good. He
Yeah. I
seems
mean,
to
look,
be
to be honest
very
with you,
genuine
as
and
an
authentic.
Australian, I don't know that much about American politics. Trump is this uniquely, you know, he's a phenomenon that everyone just thinks about all the time and talks about all the time. And, maybe I shouldn't have brought in American politics to my post around Australian politics, but, it
Yeah,
was
I
a
don't know much
unique
about
time.
Australian politics, but the
They're
person that I really
boring. They're
love,
boring.
yeah,
that's,
Pauline
that's,
Hanson
that's the one thing.
Pauline Hanson is definitely someone that kind of I can
A
relate
memorable
to.
figure. Yeah, funnily
Yeah, I mean,
enough,
she
she's
does all these
probably our
cartoons,
equivalent.
right? She does these cartoons.
Does she do them or do people do them of her?
I think she owns the media company, or she's
That is
involved.
so funny. I've seen those where she saves the day all the time.
Yeah, so
And
I
I
think she's
didn't
involved in
realize
them,
she
and
was
then I don't know
involved in
whether
them.
she's involved from a creative perspective, but I think
Funds
she
them.
has some
That's
involvement in the media company that does them, and they are great.
they're
They are
pretty
very
funny. I
satirical.
yeah,
They
yeah.
really, comedy has a really good way to kind of push these things, in a way that I think we are lucky in many ways because we don't get cancelled for making jokes about I talk about the same thing that you do with a MAGA hat on, but I never get this rage cancel thing. I
Well,
did get the
that's another
rage.
reason why I wanted to leave the music industry. You know, like anything I say here, like it's all very, very off. Like I cannot say it. It's not
Yeah.
excusable. This will be a problem if I
Yeah,
cared
it's
about
it's it's
preserving
not
that
fun to
career.
be part of a music, or any industry where I get it a lot. I've been through separation and stuff like that, and I get it a lot. It's like, oh, he was not a nice guy. It's like, oh yeah, I may have been a tyrant, but that's you because you've never won anything in your life.
Mm.
That's just loser talk. If you want to be successful and if you want to stand up for what you believe in, if you want to say things, you want to protect the rights, and you want the government to be doing the right things, and you want to speak up, that's because you know what it means to win, and winning comes at a cost, and you are going to stand up and speak about things even if it means that you have to um, say goodbye to a payday or say goodbye
Yeah.
to part of an industry that you were part of.
Here's a question. Have an ego death. Here's a question for you.
Yeah,
Do you think that there is like I don't I grew up in Byron Bay. I don't know if you know Byron Bay, but it's like the
I do.
conspiracy theory, anti-vax, hippie,
Oh,
capital. And a lot of my friends are like that, and I get it. I'm not particularly like that because I just don't like patchouli oil, but like I like chemical cosmetics that work. But yeah, so do you? I always find that when I dig deeper with this stuff, because you're like before, why aren't people paying attention? Why is the media doing this? Like, why are they lying? Why did they have such an anti-Trump agenda that sort of seemed to be invented when he started getting into politics? Is there a deep state? What do they want? What are they actually trying to do? These kinds of questions, like that you always get to when you try and face the absurd shit that's going on. You're like, why is this happening? There's no sense. Someone must be doing something on purpose. I'm not sure who or what. And do you ever put any credence into the idea of like that there could be demoralization happening to the West as part of a weapon? Like, because I know that the KGB used to do it and defectors have admitted it. Do you think that they're like not even so much a deep state of our own, but do you think that there are, this could be part of a not Soviet because they're not Soviets anymore, but a Soviet style, maybe Chinese, maybe Russian, maybe Iranian, maybe all of them kind of demoralization because it's in all of our institutions and they did have spy networks that they could have activated for, they could have just kept going. Like, do you think that there's any credence to this kind of, I guess it sounds like a conspiracy theory, except we know they did do this in the Cold War, like a continuation of Cold War stuff going on? Is that possible? Or am I crazy for it? I just kind of been thinking about it as we've been speaking because there's such nonsense to what's gone on in the West that I can't help but feel an agenda is behind it sometimes because I just don't think we would have logically gotten there
yeah,
without
the
that.
answer is yes. I mean, I believe that we live in a
Okay, right.
simulation. I really do. I think, for
Okay,
me, like, I think everything is, everything is programming.
right.
Society is programming, culture is programming, looking up to people is programming, rise and falls are programming. So I look at everything from a higher programming perspective, and I think everything is a simulation. I think
Right.
everything Elon Musk is doing is a simulation.
Yeah.
Everything you're talking about is a simulation. Sometimes they
Yeah.
do it for control, for
He's
national
doing it in the
security.
open
Was that
in
sorry?
many ways. He's doing it in the open, whereas I'm talking about a
Yeah, yeah.
clandestine
And he's doing it for good,
operation.
the things that he believes is good for the world,
Yeah.
right? And so everything is a simulation, and there's a reason behind why everything is happening. And so I'm always interested and curious. And when I write my satire stories or when I do my podcast, I like to be sophisticated in understanding why that's happening and trying to expose that. And that's why people love reading what I do, or people want to listen to my podcast, is because my mind naturally works in trying to find out what's the coding behind all of this.
So
Everything
where have
happens
you
for a
gotten to
reason.
with
There's a
that?
connection points to everything.
Yeah. Have
And
you gotten any
you know,
kind of
even
leads?
like I'm not naturally a person that looks at Trump and go, oh, I like him, or I dislike him. I'm interested in how he does it, why is he
Right.
doing it, what's behind it. You know, there's always something going on. So for me, I think the world we live in is a simulation,
Right.
and
Do you
so
mean a simulation or assimilation?
simulation,
Simil?
like a video game. It's simulated.
Simulation. Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I thought
simulation.
that's what
Yeah,
you're saying. Just making
yeah,
sure.
simulation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, like people believe in simulation theory, and people believe in the theory that there is a bigger power out there in the universe that have created the world, and it's all, you know, they've coded the world the way it is. You know, I had a shaman come on my show, and he explained it to me from a shaman's perspective about higher powers in the universe and how they create a net on the consciousness of the universe. You know,
Right.
people today talk about we have this information war, and Christoph talks about how we are in a war of consciousness. Everybody's attention is trying to be sucked in one direction because it's the war on consciousness, and everybody wants your attention so they can
Yeah.
tell you what their truth is. Why did Elon spend $44 billion on X? Everybody says, oh, free speech, he's protecting free speech. No, he's doing it because there's 500 million people on that platform. So he
Yeah.
wants the attention economy, and once he has
I
the
think he's
attention of
also
500
doing it
million
to protect
people,
free speech, though.
sorry, was that?
The two things can be true at once. He can be doing it for that reason and to protect free speech.
Of course, he's doing to
Yeah.
protect free speech because he believes in that, and he's done a
Yeah.
great job of the last 2 3 years of owning X to really make a huge shift in free speech. I believe that. I love the platform. I'm on the platform,
Yeah.
and he's improved my ability to express free speech and engage in free speech. I'm with you on that 100%.
Yeah. But
But
also I'm with you on the other
but
stuff too.
on a deeper level, when you think about it, is $44 billion to have the attention of 500 million people. Then he can stimulate, he can program and code the algorithm in a way that can then drive and push the collective consciousness of 500
Yes.
million
Right.
people, and all these governments that are on that platform, that they have to be on that platform, because if you're not on that platform as an elected member, you're pretty much, you know, you're not visible, right?
Yep.
So I think everything that goes on in the world, it goes on because there's an element of programming involved, and that programming happens consciously, unconsciously. It happens as a collected effort, and
Yep.
everybody does it for a reason. And
Yeah. You brought something up then that I thought maybe I should say about the misinformation bill, because to give credit where credit's due, this government has been really bad at as basically they try and put a good idea with a bad idea in their laws, and so when
right,
it gets thrown out, you also lose the good idea.
yeah,
And there was
yes,
one of
yes,
these
yeah,
in the in the misinformation law that I really actually liked. They wanted more transparency from social media companies about what their moderation and algorithm was, and their
yeah,
rules,
yeah,
because this comes back to that old school thing about what governments should do, right? This is a very simple idea of actually just contract law, which is we are users of the platform, right? And we don't know what the rules are, and so we should.
yeah,
Because you can suppress free speech with those rules and we don't even know what they are.
yeah.
And that is actually pretty dodgy, right? I
Well, the
think
first
you,
thing Elon did was he put the entire code, the
yeah,
algorithm that does the recommendations on your timeline, which is the feed that you see when you get on X, on GitHub. It's
right.
publicly available. So
That's great.
governments can take that code and go study it, and
Yeah.
if they find anything that is, you know, not
Yeah.
right, then you know, they can
They can
object
bring it
it.
up.
But the
Yeah.
problem is
They want
the
that feedback.
governments, what they have been doing is they've been looking at the code and they're going, we don't like the code because you're letting
Right.
everybody to see everything. We want you to get them to not see
Moderate it
certain
more.
things.
Yeah.
And that's where the problem has been. In Australia, you have the e-safety commissioner, Julie Engrand. She used to be an ex-Twitter employee. Elon fired her
Yes,
from Twitter,
that
and she's
concerns me that
gone now
she's
to
there.
Australia, and she's the one that's been causing all these
Of
drama with
course, this
Elon
makes
and
total sense. That's why we're going for them so hard.
yeah,
Because we did let through the social media age limit thing, which sounds really nice because there's actually a lot of problems for teenagers on social media. But it when it plays out, which it will this year because it passed, it will require basically some form of identification to prove that you're over 18 to go on social media, including YouTube, by the
yeah,
way,
yeah,
which is really, you know, totalitarian because that means they're watching what you go on ultimately.
yeah.
I assume, I'm hoping that there will be some way that they can say, that they can stop that, but I just don't trust that there will.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of evidence and a lot of data that kids should not be under the age of 16 on social media.
Yeah,
TikTok
but
is the
how do you
worst.
enforce it? It always
But,
comes back to
but,
that.
but I think that should be the parents' job, and the parents
Yes.
should be tough enough in
Yes.
societies. I think the society system, the government system, and all these programming has done a really good job at beating the parents to a point that, the parents are not in charge of many
Yeah.
things. Like, for example, in schools in New Zealand, you don't have to get consent from parents if the child is getting some kind of like extra education or special education. You just have to inform the parents that you're doing that to their child, right? The
Right.
same thing you have with gender identity.
Yeah.
If
They
your
can
daughter
start.
at school goes, I don't want to be this gender,
They don't have to tell the parents.
the teachers, they just enable that child's confusion, gender confusion, which every teenager is confused. I mean, who
Yeah.
wasn't confused
Yeah.
when they're growing up? But they're not allowed to, they don't need to tell the parents about it, right? So I think society has caused that itself, and now they need the government to enforce this rule. The parents,
Yeah.
can do it. I do it with my kids. Like, absolutely, no, no. You're gonna YouTube. You're not gonna no TikTok. You're not gonna have a phone until you're 16, and
Yeah.
that's the way it is.
Yeah.
And so I think that is a good thing. But the problem with this Australian bill is every single person, even if you're above 18, you need to give your data and
Yeah.
God knows what they're gonna do with all your internet IP address and data and what you're watching on the
Yeah. It's
internet,
pretty
even if
scary.
you're above 18. And that's like, whoa, now you need to have information about every single person that goes online just so that you can use that to
Protect kids.
for the kids.
But
Do
it's
you
like,
really
it's not a.
want us to believe that?
Yeah, no, there's other ways you could protect kids from like the bad shit that's happening on social media. One is you could allow parents to be able to object to some of the stuff, like with freedom of speech. Like that, there's a lot of some of the worst stuff that's happening to kids because of social media is literally like tied in with the fact that no one's allowed to object to gender identity for a start.
Yeah,
Like kids getting indoctrinated with that stuff. And then by the time it comes to the parents' attention, they've already been prepared by people online on how to object to their parents,
yeah.
and no one can say anything because if the health people, if the doctors, deny transition, then they lose their jobs, and it's like, well, all of that could be something that the government could work on, but instead of blocking kids from the internet, which also I understand that there is a protection to it, but protecting kids from the internet is probably it's probably not ultimately a good idea in the sense that they're supposed to evolve with their technology and their time, and it's there like that, and
Yeah,
and all
yeah.
of the good education that you can get from it. So
Yeah, I think the best thing you can do when it comes to like parenting is, you have to just constantly have that relationship with your kids where you can talk about everything.
yeah,
And that's the best way to go about it. It's not keeping them away from it or using fear tactics to tell them, hey, you're going to be harmed if you are doing this stuff. It
too
doesn't work. It's
protective.
just like with
Yeah,
swearing with kids. Like, the normal thing is like parents always say to the kids, oh, you're not allowed to swear. If you swear, you get told off, or, you can't use that language. Whereas I try to educate my kids that, hey, swearing is a language. You're going to use it one day, but not now because you're young and your brain's not developed. And so, you're going to
Yeah,
hear it
be
at
honest.
school with your friends. If you can restrain from using it the best possible way, that's okay. You might swear at some time because it's cool and you want to get along with your friends. My 7-year-old swears, and he understands the concept of swearing, and he already has developed a brain where he's not to swear in front of adults, but
Yeah,
he
yeah,
is to swear when he's with his friends because it's the cool culture thing, right? It's culture.
yeah.
It's like all these subcultures that exist, right? I
But
remember
if you can
what
guide him properly, then
yeah,
that's
yeah,
what.
that's all it is.
Yeah,
And sometimes you just gotta, everybody needs to chill the fuck out too. Just chill the
yeah,
fuck out, right? And this cancel culture and feminism culture, they make a big deal out of little things.
yeah.
Everything has to be dealt with like it's a nuclear attack about to happen or a world war about to break out.
I I can't remember who said it. Probably some terrible right wing person that I'm not allowed to have listened to, but it was something like the cancel culture is a little bit like what like toxic femininity's manifestation in mainstream society.
Right.
Because like what's happened as we've tried to tear down the patriarchy and all its toxic masculinity that came with it, allegedly, is that we now have a more matriarchal society that also has toxic elements to it, and the over mothering of society is occurring on like a mass scale.
Yeah.
And again, coming back to the freedom of speech stuff and the subjectivism of it all. And I know every generation feels like the next generation is too soft, and I get that. But like you literally do have a generation that are growing up that believe that words are violence, and that if anyone says something you disagree with, you're erasing them. And I'm erasing someone's identity by saying that men can't get pregnant, and just like pretty wild stuff. Like, and the only option for a trans child is transition or suicide. And it's like, this is, and we're supposed to change the whole society around these suicidal ideations of kids and teenagers. It's like, well, honestly, kids and teenagers have had suicidal ideations forever. Like that's puberty. It's horrible. In my generation, it was more anorexia or bulimia, but had the parents of that generation gone along with that and said, yeah, you are actually fat. You're right. We have to give you an operation to be skinny. Otherwise, you'll kill yourself. And started reducing the fat of the body of the anorexic girl. Like, that's kind of the equivalent of what we're doing. We're kind of mollycoddling them and giving them so much
Yeah.
power over
Yeah.
over sort of everything, and not just going, no, this is a phase, you have to get through this. It might not be, and if it survives puberty, you can do what
Yeah.
you want as an adult. But like this, yeah, infantilizing of everything, and
Yeah.
listening to Greta Thunberg as if that should actually dictate
She should be put into
nations'
a rocket and
policies.
shot
What the
into
hell are you
space.
talking? Sorry.
She should be put into a rocket and shot into space or go back to school,
Even if she's right, and I don't even know what she says because I can't tolerate listening to her because she's
No, she's
annoying.
not right because now
But
she's
even
all
if
of a
she was
sudden
right,
a
she's a
pro-Hamas
child,
and a pro-Palestine
right? Of course, she's a
activist. It's like,
child,
what the fuck? You were
yeah,
doing
and
climate change and now
that's
you're like,
fine.
you
You
know?
know, for her to be an activist is fine, but don't come and invite her to the UN and then dictate policy around her. Like, just
Yeah,
that's fine for her to be her, but you are adults. Like, you need
yeah,
to not do what children say. It's
yeah.
crazy.
Have
Like,
you heard of Abigail Schreier?
I have heard this name. Does
Yeah,
she
she
talk
wrote
about
a
bad
book
therapy?
called Bad Therapy for Kids.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How
I haven't read it.
essentially, I think the guts of what she talks about is around how you have this whole blanket approach to therapy, and everybody all of a sudden has to accept that they are unwell and they have to go to therapy, talk about the trauma, and but so
Hmm.
she talks about how that's like very unhealthy. But you talked about parenting, and one of the things she talks about is how you have these like authoritarian parents and you have these pessimistic parents.
Pessimistic parents, right?
So,
Okay.
sorry, uh, permissive. Is it
Oh, yeah, like they give permission a bit
Yeah,
more.
like do whatever
Yeah,
you want. It's your choice. Like
yeah, right,
my
yeah,
ex-wife is like that. You know, when it comes
yeah.
to a 5-year-old, her argument would be if we
Just let
have a
him try
debate
it.
about something, she would say, "Oh, he's 5 and he has he is well informed and aware to make a decision about what haircut she wants. She can cut her hair if she wants." And I'll be like,
Yeah,
"Whoa,
okay.
no, you know, where is the boundary? Can she shave her eyebrows?"
I'm assuming there's a spectrum between the authoritative and
Exactly, yeah.
yeah, right.
So anyway, going back to Abigail Schreier and not my ex-wife, Abigail Schreier. So what she says is that if you have this like authoritarian parenting, eventually the kids are gonna grow up and they're gonna rebel, right? They
Of
just want to
course.
fucking run away, right?
Yep. But if you're too
And
lax,
yeah,
yeah,
and if you
yeah,
do permissive parenting, you essentially have a higher rate of anxiety and depression in kids.
yeah, no
Because
discipline or
even to a
guidance.
5-year-old, if you ask a 5-year-old what you want for breakfast, you're injecting a lot of stress and anxiety about, you know,
Mm.
whether they want scrambled eggs or they want, you know, Cocoa Pops or they want
Yeah.
porridge, right? Or just a toast. So, and then she kind of gives this really concerning statistics. What she basically says is like girls normally have a range of anxiety and depression when they go to their teenage years because they're girls and that's how the biology
It's
works,
natural hormonal, yeah.
right? And so she says boys who raise in permissive households, right, have a higher rate of anxiety and depression than girls who are raised in conservative
Right.
households.
Okay.
Whereas it shouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
Because if her argument is if boys were raised in conservative household, they should have a lower rate of anxiety and depression than girls. But over here, it's opposite because you have this bad therapy kind of thing going on. And then the other thing she talked about, this was on Joe Rogan's podcast, by the way, and you can listen to that episode.
Hmm.
She talks about how she interacted with some teenagers and high school girls. They told her that they go to therapy because their therapist is preparing them to make friends when they go to college after high school because it's a very anxious and depressing thing to kind of think about. Can you believe this? You have
I
kids,
can.
you know,
I can
it's
because I think it's because of, I do think this is also because of social media and the cancel culture is it's all tied in because it's the same as the dating. Um, like they don't want to date, they don't want to hit on anyone in a bar, they don't want to make a mistake publicly. A lot of them are drinking less, which is probably good, but it's a lot to do with the fear of like once you say something, it's out there forever. Once you do something, it's out there forever. The shame culture, all that stuff,
yeah,
and I don't think that. So what the Australian government's trying to do in the kind of nanny state solution to this problem is like, let's protect them more. And it's like, well, no, actually, like maybe they do need to be hardened in ways that we weren't didn't have to be to deal with the new technologies of the world. Like you can't stop the technology; it's on its own trajectory, as you know, as a simulation advocate, theory advocate. You can't, Moore's law, it's speeding up forever, exponentially. You can't
yeah,
stop that. You really shouldn't probably totally alienate them from it, though you should probably have a moderate relationship with technology because it's good also to see nature and play in it and not always
yeah,
be on a computer.
yeah.
But you do need to make them more resilient. Like we do need to have more of a resilience culture, and it definitely has to come from families and parents. And yeah, that feminization of society, which obviously, it's considered a right wing talking point, but it has meant that like we've moved away from the nuclear family a lot and alienated kids from their parents a lot, and people are more brought up by the state now. And that's the problem, is that we've given the state so many responsibilities that they now are responsible for everything, and it's not.
Yeah, they're almost like, you be the parent, we're not good enough parents, so you
Yeah.
be the parent. So that's fucked up. That's
I'm not sure
messed
how it is
up.
in New Zealand, but in Australia, I'm pretty sure, and I could be spreading misinformation here, but I'm pretty sure that the government subsidizes daycare, but not stay-at-home parents. And to me, that's quite unfair because you're paying, basically, it's basically saying we'll pay for your child's care as long as you're both in the workforce and not spending more time with your child. Because, like, ultimately, you should pay for the child's care no matter who's doing it
Yeah.
as a government. And if
Mm-hmm.
my choice is to stay at home and look after my kid, I should get the money.
Right.
And if it's in a daycare because that's our choice, whatever, then they get the money, cool. But to encourage people to not bring up their own children, that seems to be in a state interest in some way because then they can tax two people, but also they can have more power over the children.
Yeah, I don't know
And
how it works in New Zealand. I'm pretty sure it's kind of similar but
right.
different.
Do you mind if I have a small toilet break?
No, yeah, we can take breaks. Yeah, go
Sorry.
for it. Yeah, yeah. I need to make some more coffee, so we'll be back.
All right, I might do that. Should we
Yeah, just
five
keep it
minutes?
running. Yeah, just
Yeah,
keep the
cool.
screen running. Yeah, we'll be back.
2 seconds.
Okay, we're
Excuse me.
back.
I was just slurping almost violently.
What were we talking about?
That's a great question. Somewhere around parenting,
Oh,
nanny
yes.
state, taking too much responsibility. Yeah, I can't remember specifically, but is
You've
it?
recently launched a album, your first solo album.
Yeah, yeah.
How
That's
was that
funny.
experience?
Great. I mean, well, look. So I went. Jezabels were always like an independent band. Like we didn't have a label. We had a couple of licensing deals overseas, but we didn't have a label in Australia ever, which was obviously our main market. And then so we had quite a DIY approach anyway. But then when I went solo after like the COVID stuff and just the change in the world and somewhat my opinions, I started kind of feeling the need to go more DIY because I felt like stripping back the amount of people and sort of infrastructure that was dependent on the music industry and external people would mean that I'd have like less collateral damage or even obstacles to me ever speaking out about any of this stuff. So I suppose I'm assuming it's similar in like the Kiwi music industry, but like people have managers, or various other people involved, that publicists, all that stuff that will kind of would try and stop you from talking against the climate, even if they agree. Like I've had friends since my cancelling that have been like, yeah, we agree, but like our manager says no, and he agrees, but he says no, and it's like most of the time they're protecting their business, which is wise. But so I'd been slowly stripping back my personnel, let's say, to like a bare bones sort of cottage industry thing, and getting to know like how to release things myself. So that was a massive learning curve. The putting it on the in the distribution portal and all this kind of really boring stuff that musicians aren't supposed to know about or talk about because it removes the mystique.
Yeah.
So that's been interesting because I've learned the business side a lot. I'm not great at marketing yet, but we'll get there. But yeah, it took me a long time to make because it was also self-funded and it was kind of like it was a big important project to me creatively, and I'm very happy to have it out in the world. But at the same time, there was always this like, I can't do this much longer. The climate is weird. I don't like the sort of cult of wokeness, weird stuff that's going on. I can't withstand it much longer. I need to get this album out, and I did plan on kind of getting it out and then saying something or leaving or protesting something. But unfortunately, I had to prematurely do that, so I did end up speaking out a little bit sooner than I would have liked to, and having like the Melbourne album launch was cancelled as a result of my post. But yeah, I pretty much got it out into the world. And unfortunately, it has sort of been like ever since it was out. What was that, like November? No, I think it came out October. I can't remember. But it's sort of, funnily enough, even though it was my biggest life work, the thing that I'm most proud of creatively that I've ever been involved in, it's been somewhat overshadowed by this self-cancelling thing in my mind. As in, like, I
Yeah, I
kind
wonder
of
whether
don't.
that's like in your mind, because for me, like, you talk about, marketing, like I think you're really good with marketing. This whole, standing up for what you believe. It's, free speech is like a big platform now for marketing.
Right, but am I marketing my music or am I
Yeah, but
marketing
it kind of plays
myself?
with it in many ways, like, because, your music is you and your views and your thoughts and what you stand for, right?
Right.
And so it kind of plays with that. I mean, I'm not looking at your numbers and the data and sales and whatnot.
They didn't
That
seem
might
to
have
take a
more
hit.
truth to what it to what
Yeah.
you're saying. But I feel I have this feeling that you taking this position puts you in this alpha position in the music industry in Australia, because a lot of people, a lot of musicians will have similar views and thoughts, but may not have the courage to speak up for whatever reason you've explained on the show. And over time it starts to turn around. Trump got in 2016. No one thought he would get in. 2020, the cancel culture was huge on him. They got him, and he's come back, stronger than ever. So it goes full circle and full cycle. So
Yeah, maybe it has to get worse before it gets better to
yeah,
an
and
extent.
I think, yeah, I think this whole, like, today, if you are cancelled, and whether self or not self, you stand for free speech, you get more attention and more media than ever before.
Yeah, and I've been accused of that being my sole purpose, which is why I jumped to Elon Musk's defense before when you
Right.
said he might have ulterior motives. I'm like, yeah, well, maybe, but also he cares about free speech.
Yeah,
And I
yeah, yeah.
think, a lot of people who are very angry at me use that as like some kind of way of undermining what I'm saying. It's like, oh, you did this for marketing, or your streaming numbers aren't good, so obviously you did this or something. And it's like, well,
I
one,
think
I don't
people
think I
do
would try
fall in
and,
that trap.
yeah, yeah,
Their
sure.
life becomes their cancelled version, which is not the
Yes,
point.
yes, yes. And I was thinking about this on the coffee break actually, is there how do you know, is there one a way of it not becoming like once you cross the divide, that's all we're about. That's all we talk about is politics. It's all I am is that right wing cancelled musician, or that I only speak about this. Can you bring the music back into the fold? And even to the extent, does it have to be then political music? You've got these like cancel culture musicians now that talk about, their music is actually talking about it and in the
Yeah.
art. And this is all fine, but that's not really my style, right? And so it's a question for me to go on, be accepted back into the fold somehow as a musician, because my music is, it's probably a bit more escapist. There is some politics to it, but it's kind of like subliminal and more subtle than like whatever, than me. Is like, is there a way in which someone who is like that can come back into just like a normal indie music scene? And the only way it really is possible is for that scene to change, because like I just can't see it. But then on the other side of it is do I want to? This is the question I've been kind of facing, because like the appeal of the whole thing, and this could just be an age thing. That's another thing people accuse me of. Oh, you're just bitter. It's like, well, yeah, don't make me wrong though. Like, I'm not sure that's an argument against what I'm saying either. Like,
Yeah.
but Yeah, so it's like, do I even want to be the appeal of rock and roll is a young person's game in so many ways because like as you get older it's like the lifestyle's not that appealing and then you start seeing through even musicians that you admired and you're like they're kind of wankers and then you hear their politics and you're like they're fucking idiots and I'm sure that's how most of my lefty woke fans feel. They're like, I don't even respect her anymore, whatever. But I have that. Can you imagine being a conservative? Every
Yeah.
musician is a left wing fucking idiot. So it's like, you start going like, I don't even think I would care if David Bowie didn't like me. Like,
Yeah.
I've stopped putting these musicians, and we saw this in the election, not to bring it back to politics again, but this whole celebrity thing, it's like, the sheen's starting to come down and the drive to me like what drew me to music when I was younger was an element of like a desire for transcendence which a lot of kids and teenagers have and I think that's why the trans movement is so appealing to them funnily enough is like to transcend your boundaries to escape whether it's your class your race your sex your gender whatever it's like you want to go beyond and rebel and resist and all these and then as you become a teenager and a young adult all these isms indoctrinate your drive to make the world a better place or change things that youth it's very rock and roll the resistance and the punkness of it and then you do just start going like actually well I did the arc being that Winston Churchill thing of like radicalism and then conservatism as you get older it's like then you start going, I'm actually quite grateful for the world and its traditions and my society. And I'm not sure I want to overturn it, actually. And, that whole, there is something essentially, not revolutionary in the sense of cut the heads off the bourgeoisie type revolution, but a revolutionary spirit about music and what draws young people to it and why young people often make the best music. And then, maybe it's sort of like I could keep going and end up like Madonna or or I
She's
could
gone
bow out and
mad.
find something else new to do. And there's many brilliant older musicians, don't get me wrong. But it's almost a reinvention of yourself as a musician anyway, so I maybe need some time off to kind of go stop playing that like young person's game of it because I'm 37 and go either I'm going to reinvent as a different kind of artist or I'm going to do
Yeah.
something different. It really was an ego death. I was ready for it.
Yeah. 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 I love when artists and musicians, you know, take a break or take a different path. Like I was never a fan of Arctic Monkeys until they did this
The reinvention.
album
Yeah.
called
AM? Is it AM?
no, it's the
No.
one about the lunar base.
Oh, the very mature stuff. Was
Yeah,
that after AM?
I don't
Wait, no,
know.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm thinking of that hotel one. Anyway,
Hotel
sorry.
like a hotel and casino on the moon.
Yeah, yeah, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the story behind that album was they would always when they start making music they'll pick up the guitar and that will guide the music, right? And so they came together as a group and they said, well, what happens if we start with a piano and not touch
Yeah.
the guitar, right?
Change it up, yes.
And so all of a sudden you have this totally different sound and different lyrics and different energy and different feel. And to me, that album, wow! I mean, it just like I love that album. I love that
Right.
album, and so I love it when artists do that kind of stuff. When they
Yeah.
whether it's just a one off or they they take a break or come back. But I very much love it when
It's
they do something different
it's
with.
harder to win that game. And not to again sound all bitter and stuff, but that is also something that the industry doesn't really encourage
Yeah,
because it's a and when you do it and you do it well, you win. like you really win.
Yeah,
But
you win big.
you spend your whole time now in the music industry developing your brand, which means that you do a certain sound and people know that they're going to you for that sound. And
Yeah.
if you take a risk and change it, like you fucking everything you've done, and then it's like, or people don't understand you. That's the other one. It's like, oh, you changed too much. What are you?
Yeah.
Obviously it's all in the execution, and Arctic Monkeys are a brilliant thing, but I, for whatever reason, like the having market forces attached to music, which I'm fine with. I'm not anti-capitalist. It's fine. But it means that changing your brand has potential detriment, and so all of the people that get involved as you get bigger start to get a bit worried. And you also have your fans going, like, hey, who are obsessed with your first album all the time, why
Yeah.
can't you do that again? And it's like,
Yeah.
because you physically just can't, and you would be very annoyed if we did.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's a it's genius when you pull it off, but there are so many like industry sort of barriers to being able to do that, that I think people are very scared sometimes as well, because it's so difficult to make a living out of music, that if they hit on something that's correct. And I'm not saying it should be easy, by the way. I'm not one of those people that thinks that just because you want to play music that you deserve to have a living out of it, and that the government should give you constant grants. It's like, no, like not everyone deserves to make a living out of music. They don't. And they shouldn't. It should be reserved to the few people who actually make something that people want to listen to.
Yeah,
And
there
if
has
that's
to be
not
some
me, that's
degree of
fine.
competition for
Yeah.
art and
Yeah.
music to be like, the best.
Yeah, but because of the difficulty of making money in music, you will often have people who are playing it safe if they're making it like just even a bit, especially if
Yeah.
they start making a good amount that's like, oh, I've got a mortgage, but I'm not a millionaire.
Yeah.
I'm like a middle class musician, so I've got to stick to what people like about me. And that's when you get into the danger of creating content rather than art, because you also have the algorithm and the rules around how often you need to release things has changed since streaming.
Yeah.
And so if you want to, these are the other reasons behind why I was kind of like, I'm sort of done as well. It wasn't just wokeness. It was kind of like, I'm the kind of like artist who's like a bit of I'm very, what's the word? I'm cyclical. Like, the best artists generally, I don't know, not the best, but the most successful ones, they're kind of everyday rock up, write a song, blah, 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 it's a job. Write a heap of shit songs, get a good one, that kind of thing. I'm more
Yeah.
like a sponge. Like, I run around reading things and I'm not even that interested in music, and I'm be soaking up different stuff. And then like a year or two will pass and I'll squeeze it out into an album. And
Yeah.
then it'll take me ages to get it out because I don't want anyone else to change what I'm doing. Like, I'm a bit of a purist. So in many ways, my model doesn't work with the way the industry runs these days. And so there's a lot of reasons why I'm not particularly inclined towards the music industry. And it's not some victim narrative. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's absolutely fine that it goes
Yeah, I
that way.
always loved artists or, from all walks of lives in different industries. If they're doing their own thing, I always loved that kind of artists.
If you hear them.
Yeah. And, but someone like Adam Sandler, right? Adam Sandler
Oh,
has been successful for many, many years consistently in the movie industry, in the movie business. Never been accepted by Hollywood. He's
really?
always done, yeah, he's always done his own thing.
But
He's
isn't he
never been,
Jewish?
nominated for any awards for the Oscars or
Yeah.
Golden Globes and things like that.
Yeah.
And but his films have made billions and billions of
Has he
dollars, and he
really never
continues to.
been
What's that? Sorry.
Has he really never won any of those awards?
I don't think he has. I might be wrong,
Wow.
but he's never been like, he's never been
The guy.
accepted
Yeah, you're
by
right.
the
Yeah.
Oscars. I might be
That's
wrong. I'm
fascinating.
not checking this information, but that's the guts, the gist of the story.
Right.
But he's kind of he's always made films with his friends. He's
Bit of
always
an
done the production
outsider.
himself. He write the movies himself,
Yeah.
and they've always like one of my favorite movies. And he's always been consistent. He's doing Happy Gilmore 2, which is like a no-no. You do not do a remake. You do not do a sequel of Happy Gilmore. Like, do not touch that thing, right? It's like,
Right.
why are you doing this, Adam? Stop it.
Mm-hmm.
But you watch the trailer, you're like, wow, this is great. This is amazing. This is,
Hasn't it
yeah,
been long enough that
this
he's
makes
allowed to?
sense.
Yeah.
And so sometimes, like you have artists that have been around for a long time, they have that kind of power to kind of be consistent, but also modernize and,
Mm.
stick with it and don't really fold, bend to a trend or an industry. And that's kind of like why you have the Joe Rogan, right? He's not part of this like podcast culture and everybody has to kind of fit in. And this is the culture and this is the standard, right?
Yeah.
This is the algorithm. And you find a lot of people on X. If you live on X long enough, you know that you exactly know who's real and who is part of the algorithm. You know these guys very quickly. You can
And you don't
differentiate
mean
them very
bots,
quickly.
right? You mean like genuine people that are part of the algorithm somehow.
Yeah, a lot of
And
genuine
what do you mean by
people.
that?
Yeah, so a lot of genuine people who are content creators on X, they live their life by the algorithm. They understand the algorithm so much that they've cheated the algorithm to be able to have the maximum reach. So their
Right.
reality has become the algorithm.
And that's a concern. In I'm not sure I'd want to be in that position
Yeah,
because you get
but for a
trapped
lot
in
of
it.
people, that's the life that they want to live. They think everything is a programming and they can understand the programming. If they understand the programming, then they can unlock it and they can, it's like the key to the secret door.
Yes.
So a lot of people love that life and that's why they're on X 13 hours a day,
Yeah. And I
making
that's
money by doing that, shit posting, making money shit posting.
Yeah, but it's content creation again, and I'm not saying content isn't its own art form, but like I kind of liken it. I probably just sound old, really, but like I kind of liken it to like the young people now that like most people, I think most, so like 80 or 90% of American teenagers, like when asked what they want to be when they grow up, is like a TikTok star or an influencer.
Yeah.
They don't want to be a type of influencer. Like, so back in the day, it was like, I want to be a musician. And then musicians become influencers because they're good at music, or, you're a political commentator, so you become an influencer, or you do a craft that's actually providing the world with a service, and therefore you become influential in an organic way
Yeah.
by doing something well.
I think
They
the
actually
reality
aspire to
is.
be an influencer.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you, but I also think that the reality is if you want to be relevant today in whatever you're doing, you have to entertain the algorithm
Of
to
course.
a minimum degree.
And this is
Even
my
Joe
problem.
Rogan does it. Like Joe
I'll
Rogan
never have
can't just
this.
have guests on his show to talk about whatever they want to talk about. They have to be relevant. They have
Mm.
to be newsworthy. People need to be able to watch a Joe Rogan show and go, I'm going to clip this and I'm going to post it because that's how the affiliation program works. There are a lot of people that make money off the Joe Rogan content on X. All they do is they take a clip out of what he says and then they're going to post it. So Joe Rogan has a way, he does 3 recordings a week, right? So he has a mechanism to consume and understand what's going on in the world. This is what like every media person does. It's my job as well. The first thing I wake up, I read every single thing the mainstream media publishes. I read every single thing that the independent media publishes. I read every single thing the conspiracy theorists are saying, right? Then
How
I go
long
on
does that
social
take
media
you?
for 15 minutes. I gotta read it every single thing, make like a good understanding of what's happened in the last 12 hours or 8 hours that I've been sleeping, and then I can go and like, okay, I'm entering the podcast studio. Now I know what the algorithm is doing. So then I have to kind of talk about or touch on some of those things so that when I post my content, the algorithm picks it up. Someone else takes a snippet of it. It's just normal. Like we started the conversation with what was going on with Elon and the Muslim grooming gangs in the UK, which is the
Because it's
latest the algorithm
topical,
is
yeah.
raging about. So I think like you can't just get away from it. You have to be part of it, even if it's subtle.
Well, yes, but in terms of like media creation for sure, but in the arts, well, I'm not saying media creation isn't an art, but in the liberal arts, let's say, visual arts, music, literature, there's also other elements that are important, or angles that you can go for, like escapism, and not being part of it, and digging
For
really
sure.
deeply into some concept that has nothing to do with anything that's going on, and creating like a work of art that's
Yeah.
its own thing. And it's really just about time and how much you have, because you can get caught up in, and this is, I've admitted this several times, and when asked advice on like what would you say to young musicians who want to be able to escape the industry's rules or even the woke culture or whatever, I would always say, actually, you should learn to nail social media and go direct to fan. Because I didn't really do it, and because I'm a little bit of a Luddite, I'm not sure I regret it, because it's just not really, it's not really natural to me. And then I spend my time doing that, and then I've got other stuff I'm not doing. You've always got to remember that every opportunity taken is another one, you know, given
Yeah. I
up. So
mean,
it's like, what am I not reading? What am I not taking in
yeah.
what am I not thinking? What gardening am I not doing? Like,
I think great artists for me are the ones who know what's relevant and what people, like everyone is always looking for better awakening, better understanding of issues, and better connecting to what's going on around them through
yeah,
music. That's at least how I see it. And so my favorite artist is Kanye West. He's my like
right.
number one. Like, I listen to him more than anyone else. And then when he does a new album or a new track, when I listen to him, it's like, okay, no, he's a great artist, and he can like, his rhymes are amazing, they're original. But his lyrics are, they're talking to me in a way that is like at a higher level.
Yeah,
The muse is
yeah,
amazing that I get from Kanye West, and but he also talks about a lot of things that are very relevant, but he
yeah,
doesn't need to be like anti woke or anti this, but he can like can talk. He has a really good understanding of what's going on around the world. One of my favorite track that he's done recently on his album Vultures, or Vulture Part Two, was Husband. And he
mm,
talks about how, everything you need in the world is a husband, and why you need a husband. And so it's kind of like he's countering this whole feminism and, the negativity about, marriages and men and this and that, in a very beautiful, poetic, rhythmic way, which is a very powerful song. So yeah, it's like the best artists for me are the artists who can somehow influence me or help me understand things better in a very different way, but they're still relevant. It's not an escape.
have you ever heard of the noosphere? n
The Noah's
o
fear.
Nosphere. So, I mean, what you're saying before about, like, you gotta, well, I'm not saying you're telling people they have to do this, but the inclination to feel like you need to keep up with what's going on and keep up with this and stay relevant and topical, and the algorithmic kind of real internet world of what's going on. It's true in a way, but I once, this kind of weird angle on it, but I once got a little bit obsessed with mermaids for a bit,
Okay.
for some reason that I
So is
won't go
my
into.
daughter.
But I was an adult.
Yeah. That
Specifically
calls a
mermaid
reason for concern.
syndrome. But I started looking into mermaids because I was like, were they ever actually real? Like, because like actually lots of people across different cultures believed in mermaids at a certain time of world history, and then at some point they stopped believing in them. And there's no like particular reason why all these people who weren't in contact with each other, but there's no evidence they existed, by the way, and I'm not saying they did. There's no skeletons or whatever. But for some reason, at this time in history, people were seeing women, half fish, and it was kind of in the zeitgeist, you know. And this kind of medieval monk from France, whose name escapes me, he came up with this idea called the noosphere, which was this sphere, like an atmosphere kind of, but a metaphysical one. This
Yeah.
sphere of human knowledge kind of engulfs the earth, and ideas kind of come up and down from it. And it's similar to the Greek idea of the muses, which you referenced, which is what made me think of it. Ideas kind of float up and down of it, and you know, it's weird because sometimes you'll be thinking something and then someone else will come up with it. Or like I've written songs and then Rihanna's released a song, you know, called the same thing. And I'm like, either they've got my Dropbox or like we're both on the same wavelength here. And you
Yeah.
see, yeah, the concept of the zeitgeist, people coming up with similar things at similar times based on, like, maybe if we had enough information and scientific analysis, we could work out what the connections are. But as it's experienced by us limited beings, it kind of just feels like we're tapping in on
Yeah.
human knowledge and the same thing, and we're connected to people. And obviously, this is before the internet, but the internet is a technological version of a noosphere or the muses,
It
like you're
is.
saying,
Yeah.
if you
It
tap
is.
in. But here's a question for you. Is it possible for an artist like Kanye or anyone to be tapped in without being on the internet because of this noosphere? Because historically, before the internet, people were tapping in on strange zeitgeists. And so could I or some other artist or anyone theoretically, and they do, you know, often some random hippie will say something, and if it's authentic, people will go, yeah, that guy, he's on it. Like, and he doesn't need to have seen the news, you know, or be tapped in. And so I suppose what I'm saying is there's maybe alternative ways in which why Kanye feels like he's in touch, but he's not necessarily sounding like he's, you know, tapping in on the algorithm purposefully, is that maybe he's very tapped in on like the noosphere or something else.
Yeah.
He's
Yes and
kind of
no. I
like a
mean,
bit enlightened.
if I listen to his album Donda, which is when
Yeah.
he was like at the peak of being connected to the world and tweeting like 100 times a day.
In the worldly way.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and that album was kind of like highly contested with Drake's album. You know, they were like fighting each other for the number one spot, or who's the best
Because they're
rapper at that
both in
time.
the same sphere
Yeah,
though.
so they were
Yeah.
kind of like, we got to make sure, Spotify was like, we got to make sure this album drops at the same week, and we got to, let them battle it out. Everybody loves the rap battle, so and I think the Donda album was just like spot on, amazing, like right on the money. And then
But
he
he
did two
wasn't the only
albums when
one.
he was cancelled, Vulture 1, Vulture 2. And that was done with Tyler Dollar or someone. They're great albums. I love those albums, but they're like also not that tapped into the culture or what people are talking about or where the world's going. The world's like very much going
They're a bit
towards this.
isolated, maybe. Is it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. More the muse and less the what's going on in the world or what the
Yeah.
culture is, and that's okay. That's fine. The I think like we're going past what big tech is and what censorship tech is, and we're soon by maybe 2027, 2029, what we're gonna end up having this like we're gonna create a new god.
Yeah, but then here's the question. Should every artist be trying to tap in on that? Or should they be going, hey, I'm over with the muses here? Like, I mean, you can do both.
Well, yeah, I
Sorry,
think the
I
answer
didn't
is you
mean to.
can do both, but then it's
But
about,
is,
who's tapped into what and what they want. Some people don't want to be part of this new god
yeah, so there's
and they're
definitely a
not
place for
tapped
that.
into it and they want, different music, and that's fine. And you always have that, like when Frank Sinatra was around, he hated the new sound that came after his sound. Like
Yeah.
him and the
Classic.
Rat Pack, they control the sound of what the music sound was for many, many
Yeah.
years, many, many decades. And then he was very resentful when all these other guys, the Beatles, came along. He was very resentful. Like the sound that was what's that Elvis Presley when he
Yeah.
came
Yeah.
up with his sound.
Rock and
They
roll,
were
I
not
think you're
very
referring to.
well accepting of all these new sounds.
Yeah.
Frank Sinatra talked about it himself. So you always have these new sounds that are coming, and people are trying different things and trying to unlock different sounds. It's someone like Taylor Swift. She is very much like her music. The argument about her music is, I'm talking about this with some of my friends. The reason she's dominating Spotify is because she's unlocking the algorithm.
I agree. But I also think she's a culture vulture
She's a
for that
culture
very
vulture,
reason.
and she's also obsessed. She's obsessed with the Spotify algorithm.
And she'll release things to sabotage other artists, to
Yeah.
overshadow them. And she's most diplomatic things a lot of people say about Taylor Swift is like, I respect her as a businesswoman. I really do. And it's not to say she's not a good songwriter or even a good artist, but there is something like, when you're the biggest pop star in the world and you also have to do the indie record and the this record and the that, it's like, can't you just like leave that to indie artists? Like, it's fine. It's fine. You're allowed to do what you want and change it up and all that stuff. But one does to start going like, I sort of wish that you were a bit more cyclical and less algorithmic, because even artists that I like really interesting, I see like Fontaine's DC or something when they came out. Punk band, love that spoken word stuff. It speaks to my, old Catholic punk dad origins, all this stuff, and it's very like authentic to me. And then when I see them all the time, because they're doing the algorithm thing and they're supposed to if they want to stay big and relevant and not get pushed out of it, I don't care anymore. Like I'm like, oh, it was
Yeah.
good. I had a journey with that, but now like I need you to go away for a bit and then
Yeah, it's
come
a
back with
time
something
when
new.
you remember when auto tune became the thing, right? When
Yeah.
everybody's doing auto tune, it's like, come on, lay off that thing, like give it a break.
Yeah. And it
Post
naturally
Malone,
happens, the
is the
change.
same thing. I mean, Post Malone was like the artist that made auto tune the thing, and he did it the
Yeah.
best than anyone else. And then he does a new album called Austin. I don't know if you heard of his latest album called Austin. And that's just, I think it's pretty much just guitar, acoustic, and it's
Right.
refreshing. And he's
Yeah.
not using a lot of auto tune on it. And it's like, oh, this is nice. This is refreshing. It's great.
Yeah. Well, it's also about knowing your disposition. So, like, I personally, it's all, there's this saying, music is timing in more ways than one. So, you've obviously got to have timing to make music, and it is time signatures, but you also want to be timing the market in some way that you just magically resonate. And I think the whole algorithm thing and tapping in on what the sound is and working with the right producers and seeing what's topical and all that stuff, it's like, that's cool if you can psychologically handle it. But things move so fast that by the time, like, especially if you're like an indie self-funded artist like I am, I do things slowly for a reason. It's kind of just to do with the mode of production that I work with, which is like, I got to do this and then I got to save up the money for the next bit and then I got to save up the money for the next bit. So I want to be doing something that's like a little bit more timeless to me, because by the time I finish the drums, that trend is going to be gone.
Yeah.
If I write a song to suit that. So it's just really dealing with your limitations. If you are Taylor Swift and you're like boom, 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 and you've got minions and delegating this and that, and all you have to do is go zone in on that, write that song, record this, done, out, got the machine, fine, great, it is genius. But I suppose it requires like the ability to psychologically keep up with everything
Yeah.
as well, and all of the toll that can take on you.
Yeah, the durability is a big thing. Like, I do podcasting, and so for me, every my product is the conversations that I have with people. So I like my conversations to be durable, and people can listen to them, 12 months from now and still, enjoy the conversation. It has to be timeless in many
Yeah, you
ways,
want that.
and I don't like, that's why I very consciously did not want my show to be a weekly show that where we talked about weekly stuff and the weekly news or the weekly, whatever was going on, because that content is not relevant after a day, after 24 hours.
Yeah. Often
But
overtly
like a
political
Joe
stuff is
Rogan
like that.
podcast that was recorded 5 years from now with Bob Lazar talking about his time working on alien ships at Area 51, and he's talking about how he was trying to replicate this gravity propulsion system. That conversation is going to be durable for like 20, 30 years,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know and I love that stuff, and that's why my conversations, they're not curated. It's more about philosophy, about us being these, like, primates, and this evolution and this psychology, this biology, this,
Yeah.
the what makes us human, and
Right. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the sort of the theme, and that stuff never gets old.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you might like my theory about conspiracy theories then.
Oh yeah, tell me.
I think that conspiracy theories are the modern mythology, like the modern
Really?
folk tale. Yeah. Because it's like, and I think people who are too quick to dismiss them
They've become so
miss the
cool,
point.
conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
They're like the
yeah.
latest cool thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, because they often end up to have a truth in them, and
Yeah, they do.
and whether they're specific or general, like you look back on fairy tales and folk tales and that what they tell you about the society. It's not necessarily that there was a girl that went into a house with three bears in it, literally. But does that mean that like that's not a relevant story about the culture, right? So it's like, okay, maybe vaccines aren't all bad or whatever, but what does the anti-vax conspiracy theory world tell you about how people feel about the medical establishment in today? And what
Yeah.
does that tell you about what's happening in the culture? And if you don't be too quickly dismiss them, they are folk tales and they're very local. They're very like stuff you talk about with your friends, and they're not the narrative. They're not the sort of they're not the king's word, so to speak. If you want to keep up the fairy tale sort of an analysis, and and that yeah, they're the they're the kind of pub test people's truth sort of thing, but they're dismissed too easily, I think. I
Yeah, I
grew up
kind
watching
of,
the X
the way
Files,
that
so
I love that. That's amazing. And I want to actually
yeah.
ask you more about conspiracy theories. I want to see which ones you believe and not believe into, like moon landing, for
Oh,
example,
okay,
or
yeah.
UFOs. But like,
Well, yeah, no.
the way that I explain it to people, I sort of say like it's an awakening evolution. First, it's a conspiracy theory. Then it's like satire, and then it's real news, right?
But not always.
Not always, but there's, if there is, like your point, like there's always some sort of truth in
Yeah,
conspiracy that eventually becomes satire, eventually becomes fake news, and eventually becomes real news, kind of, channels through.
yeah,
So if you don't dismiss it and you follow it, and if you feel that there's something there, that's why people are like talking about it, then eventually it leads to somewhere.
yeah. No, of course.
So what are the
And
latest conspiracy theories are you indulging in?
oh, I don't so much indulge in them. Like, I feel like they're sort of in my DNA. Like, it's not. So having grown up in Byron Bay with like, my dad was what do you call when you used to have a religion but you don't anymore? It's not reformed. It's like a lost Catholic, and they have Scottish Catholic with a kind of also pagan sensibilities, and so there's a lot of superstition in that kind of pagan Catholic Scottish culture.
Yeah.
I guess it's like the Scots Irish thing in America, like they've got their own lots of superstitions and folklores and that kind of thing that have come from the old country. But then combining that with growing up in the hippie world, where anti-vax was very strong when I was growing up, and you know, to be fair, like we had a lot less vaccinations then than we do now. I believe, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure I got them all, actually, even when I was a kid. But, and I believe that vaccinations, for the most part, the ones that we are mainstream, actually do kind of work to deter the disease. But the anti-vax theory is the anti-vax conspiracy theory stuff, the big farm stuff. I mean, it's just so, it's actually quite perplexing that like left wing arts establishment people turned on that so hard during COVID and played the kind of big farm narrative. It was like, that was when I started going, there's something really wrong here. Like, the distrust of the medical system and that kind of conspiracy theory stuff, the Fauci stuff, the blah, blah, blah. It's like a lot of that stuff is actually now coming out to be true.
Yeah.
But, but, it, for me, it more is like a gut feeling. Like I just didn't feel right about the COVID vaccination for really obvious reasons. Like it was definitely experimental because it was so new that it had to, by definition of an experiment, be experimental. Like the disease just happened and now you have a vaccination, and the vaccination process normally takes longer than that to be proven to be safe. So this is an experimental drug. That's not really a conspiracy theory. I guess all the other stuff, like why it's happening, such as like, you know, population control, the, you know, de-sterilizing people. The fact that we don't have a very high birth rate anymore in the West, particularly, like there's lots of potential for conspiracy theories in all that, in like this kind of medicalizing of everything. And I guess some of that stuff really does interest me, the way feminism plays into it, but I'm not sure that's really conspiracy theories. Like I stay away from them a little bit because some of them, like it's very easy to quickly fall into the mothership of conspiracy theories, which is the kind of the lizard people, aka the Jewish people, you know, like that whole people running the world stuff. I worry about it because it does get a lot of it does, you know, come back to, you're always a few steps away from anti-Semitism with a lot of conspiracy theories. But yeah, I don't have any that I like believe, but well, for UFOs, like it's pretty reasonable to assume that there are aliens out there, like,
Yeah.
and that the government, if they knew about it, would cover it up. Like once you start talking about it,
No, it doesn't
it's
take
like
long.
none. It's not
It's
illogical to
just like,
think.
you know,
And I'm not sure I wanted to interrupt, but you did say a couple of things that made me think about a couple of things. One reminded me of Atlantis. I quite like that one.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the other thing, sadly, but UFOs. Oh, yeah, I think I was just saying that the conspiracy theory to me in the UFO matter is not so much about the UFOs, though for some people it is. It's like, oh, I don't believe that people have seen them or whatever. But for me, the conspiracy theory is really more about the government cover up of them.
Yeah.
But that might be because I'm of the X-Files generation. And so I was brought up on that. Sometimes I think the X-Files has a lot to answer for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like maybe even Trump.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But maybe they were right as well. The whole I
Yeah.
want to
Well,
believe thing.
they recently had. I don't know if you know Nancy Mays. She's a member of the Congress, and she's a badass. She's really cool.
Oh, I
If
do.
you're
Is
on
she a
X, you can.
Republican?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you can follow
I've
her,
heard of her.
Nancy
Yeah.
Mays. She's really cool, and she recently held a hearing with Michael Schellenberger, who is an investigative reporter, and in the Congress, and the whole thing was about government hiding information from the public about UFOs and recovery programs and the information that they have, and they use it. They use this whole argument an excuse that it's military information and it's not UFOs, so we can't share it. But actually, Bob Lazar's, account of what happened explains how, they are trying to replicate these UFO equipment so that they can use it for military and have an advantage. This goes back in history, like, when we separated the atom, the first thing that Oppenheimer could think about is a bomb. So everyone's always kind of looking for that edge.
Well, the military has leads the technological revolution in so many ways, don't they?
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
it trickles
and we
into the
never
rest of
use it for
society.
good, right?
Well, it gets to us eventually for good, but first,
It does, yeah.
foremost,
First, it's always
weaponry.
used for like national security or protecting their interests.
Arguably is good sometimes, depending on how you look at things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like borders are a good thing, and
I've come to
sometimes,
believe that.
sometimes, not giving public the information is a good thing. So you can, but people double down on that too much, and they can push it.
Yeah. It's very interesting because it comes back to sort of the central concept of the Misinformation Bill too. Like, they just used to be able to control this and now they can't. And it is going to be, there will be some pretty hectic, chaos caused by the fact that governments can't control information in this way. Like, the whole thing is that it's like timing. It's like they could say the Hunter Biden laptop story. It's like that story could be legally suppressed. And even if it was later revealed that they made a mistake in suppressing it and it was true, the timing is gone and Joe
Yeah.
Biden's already in the White House. So it doesn't matter that you later reveal it. The key is the timing. And so they used to be able to go, we're going to keep this confidential, and then 50 years later we'll tell you who killed JFK. But it doesn't matter anymore because they're dead and everything's been
Yeah.
achieved. And yeah, it is really interesting because it comes back to the parent thing as well. You do want some protection from your government, I suppose, but only if you trust them.
Yeah.
And if you don't, because they've sort of clearly lied to you, then it's almost like I would rather trust the billionaire. I would rather trust the businessman, because even though they've been portrayed as the evil business capitalist class, at least I know what they want.
Yeah, yeah,
I
it's
don't
an
know.
interesting one. It's like, you have this whole like celebration of Luigi Mangione, who killed a CEO of United Healthcare.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
health
don't know a lot
insurance is a
about
dirty,
that.
dirty business, but you don't, there's no justification of killing people. But for some reason, there's this appetite for celebrating him because there is an appetite for killing. I think if someone killed Elon Musk tomorrow, the world will
people
celebrate it like it's like an amazing event. There are a lot of people out there that would love to see him being assassinated. He's probably next on the list after Trump has been, they tried to assassinate Trump twice. I think Elon's the next person on the list. He's told it himself, and I'm not trying to hear, cause more.
Oh, there
This is not a
definitely, there
self-cancellation
definitely
attempt.
would be. There
And,
definitely would be. Yeah.
but it's crazy. Like when Luigi came into the when he was flown back in New York, they did this whole like Hollywood thing. There were cameras and videos of him being carried out of the helicopter. The mayor is there on this parade. It's all like Hollywood, and then the crazy thing is they bring him into the court. He's dressed exactly like the guy who was accused of assassinating JFK.
Wow.
The same maroon jumper, sweater, the same pants, the same shoes. It's like you look at it and
They're
I'm
playing
laughing. I'm
into the
like, wow,
conspiracy theory, though, right?
yeah, no, like it's all just a show, and
Yeah, yeah,
but people have an appetite for it. It's
yeah.
bizarre and it's crazy. And
And they
all these
do.
like Democrats are like, we don't condone killing civilians and CEOs, but there's
You
an
know,
argument here. Let me make my argument. It's like, come on.
let
So it's
this is where I started losing my way from, sorry to interrupt you, but from some of my left-wing musician friends when the trans activists shot up the Christian school and like without even the disclaimer of it's wrong to, but some of them were like, yeah, but they apparently like they went to a Christian school and were really like oppressed and vilified by that Christian school. And I was like, I'm sorry, are you speaking right now? Like, did a word just come out of your mouth justifying murdering children? Because
yeah, it's
you have
bizarre.
lost me. Like, oh, I get it. They were Christian children. It's fine. What the hell is wrong with you? And how am I the cancelled one? By the
Yeah.
way, you just justify it. And this is mainstream, normal opinion in the music industry. Yeah, but like, and Madonna went and freaking celebrated it. It's like, how do you get away with this? And
Yeah.
then I wear the hat of the sitting president,
Yeah,
and
and that's how
I'm
it
done.
works. I mean, they use cancel culture to cancel you, but then they do it in a way that they can get away with it.
It's madness. It's
It's
actually
it's
madness.
it's very effective and it's very smart.
What is it?
Cancel culture works at a point, and then it doesn't work, and a lot of people get caught up in it, and they don't know how to fight it back. You're different. You're very different to normal people. Normal people get caught up in it, and they get lost in it, and they live very diminished and damaged lives, and because of cancel culture, and it works on a lot of people. It works on a
Yeah.
lot of people.
Well, yeah, I agree. And I mean, I wouldn't say I'm that different because I lived under and in fear of it for a very long time, only till recently. So I'm not really different until a month ago. And yeah, like going back to the conspiracy stuff for a second. What is it, do you think? Because sometimes there's something in them that people are so drawn to. It's almost like that archetypal story that, and which is why I think they are sort of folk stories. Like, how Jordan Peterson talks about the Bible. Like, there's something, even if you don't really believe it's true, there's something deep in there, and there is that sometimes with really good conspiracy theories that people just like deep state stuff and this and what. Do you think that maybe it's instinctively true because like, or we're instinctively drawn to it because we know somewhere deep down there's a truth to it?
Yeah, I
Or
think that's always the start of it. Like, my journey with conspiracy theories was like, Alex Jones. When the first time I'd hear him, like, this guy's fucking crazy. Like, none of this stuff is real. And then now it's like Alex Jones tells me more truth than the real
it's
media.
fucked up,
And then I
isn't
always
it?
like to I'm like, hold on, like, let me just like deprogram this. Like, because I'm so used to Alex Jones, it's
Yeah.
like I just believe everything he's saying, or is it something
Yeah.
instinctive, or is it like what's going on over here? And that's where
Or
like
is
I
he
get this
rage
idea of my Hitler
farming?
podcast, right?
What
So
do you
it's
hope
it's
to
very
achieve out of
tricky.
that Hitler podcast? Do you hope to? 'Cause I did history as a kid, and I remember I had a very good history teacher, and he made our project a speech at the end of the year. He did two things that stuck with me really forever. We did the Arab-Israeli conflict, and we did Nazi Germany, the rise of the Nazi Party. We did other things, but these are the two things that stuck with me that are pertinent. At the start, he did two things. At the start, he said of the Arab-Israeli conflict, he said, okay, raise your hand if you're on the Palestinian side. No judgment. It wasn't actually as contentious at this time, especially not in mainstream Australia. Raise your hand if you're on the Palestinian side. about half the room said, yeah, and they're all just basing it on what their parents say at this stage anyway. It was year 10. And then raise your hand if you're on the Israeli side, and about it was pretty much 50-50. And at the end, he said, take note of what you've said here. And then at the end of the course, he said, okay, I'm going to ask the same question again. Raise your hand if you're on the Arab side. Wait, raise your hand if you're on the Israeli side. Everyone had changed sides, which I found fascinating. And then he also gave us a project, which was, I want you to do a speech from the perspective of a normal civilian from Weimar, Germany, explaining why you want the Nazi Party to come into power and why you would vote for them. And everyone was like, oh, it was a terrible idea. Of course you wouldn't want to. And he's like, look into it. Because you all say that you wouldn't let the Nazis get in power. So I want you to, advocate as to why you would by reading what was going on and how they did. And it's the best I ever did in a project, so it always stuck with me. But there is very clearly for year 10 students, as soon as you start looking into it, very justifiable reasons for why they let him into power and why they let him go as far as he did. Maybe maybe they didn't realize, but what do you achieve out of it? Like empathy, or like when you do this podcast, to basically you're being the devil's advocate, to defend the indefensible. Do you have a hope in mind of what you'll get from it?
I think when I do my podcast, I do it because I am generally interested in conversations. It's my life, and I enjoy having conversations with people, and that's kind of like my main thing. I never do it with intentions or trying to with an agenda. I think the thing that I love the most when I talk to different people about one episode, they all take different things from it, right?
But the Hitler thing, do you not hope to?
The Hitler thing, I think the Hitler episode...
What makes you want to do that,
No, the Hitler episode, as I explained before, the idea is two things. One is this whole, it's about making you realize that there is a mainstream narrative, mainstream history that wants to control what the history is. Why is it that every year we see a new documentary about Hitler and a new documentary about Churchill on Netflix every year? Who's funding this? Where is the money coming from? That every year there is something about Nazi Germany. Every year there's something about... Somebody's trying to control something. Somebody's trying to control a narrative. Somebody's trying to push a narrative.
Or are we obsessed with it? Because it's...
People are just... It's like... Who is obsessed with the Nazi thing every year that Netflix has enough millions of dollars to throw on this Nazi documentaries all the time? It's bizarre. It's like, okay, we've heard enough. We know what happened. Stop it already, okay? Because people can go read about this on Wikipedia. Why do you spend millions of dollars every year with a new Nazi documentary about how bad Hitler was? Here is a new film. Hitler was bad, we all know, but this is a new way of looking at how bad he was, right? It's like, is someone trying to control a narrative and maintain the control of a narrative? Or is someone trying to take the piss here? Or someone just trying to make money off us? What's going on? But I think the truth is that there is a narrative that people like to control. A history they like to control. It's the same thing with religion. There are a lot of people... Why is it that a lot of people don't want to know, everyone should know that aliens exist? Because when aliens arrive, it changes the game. Yes. What is the first thing that's going to disappear when aliens arrive? Religion, right? Because all of a sudden,
I think they could probably...
we are not the only ones that exist. Right?
Yeah. Unless
so a lot of things change, right? So people are afraid of that change, of that control, that narrative. They want to hold on to it. So that's one thing I want people to realize is that, whoa, you can listen to different things and that there is a different opinion about this guy. And the second thing is if Hitler had this ability to have this rise, I mean, he may have done some good things. Maybe in the beginning he did good things. maybe he didn't do good things.
Well, he
You know,
did
if you
actually
get,
at the start for Germany, for sure. And that's why he was
and
Time
there's this whole
Magazine's Man of the
narrative, and
Year.
we're doing this research. We're finding, like, you know, we said, okay, let's have a look at Germany before Hitler came into power, right? They were doing the same crazy things that we're seeing
Now.
happening now.
But
They
this is
had
an
this
answer
whole
to your last
transgender thing
question.
in Germany. The economy was a mess, right?
Inflation,
Yeah,
scapegoating the Jews. But this
exactly.
is another, this is kind of an answer to your last question about why Hitler over and over again. Because I used to think this as a kid. I was like, why is he the definition of evil? You know, why isn't there a
Yeah.
left wing one or whatever?
Genghis
And
Khan
that,
killed more people than
but
Hitler.
but
Genghis
it
Khan killed 80 million people. Where is
it's
the
lest we
documentary about
forget
Genghis
is the
Khan every
reason.
year, right?
The reason is because and you might say, oh, this feeds into an anti-Semitic narrative of the Jews control it, but
I love the Jews.
it is
I'm going to say.
a lest we forget message because we have started to forget and now it's creeping in again. So we did actually decolonize the education of kids by, you know, prioritizing less European history and more talking about, you know, what happened here with the settlers and that kind of stuff. And that's great. However, if you forget to teach the kind of Nazi stuff, then you forget that it can happen very easily, and all that kind of authoritarian stuff is rising again, and anti-Semitism is rising again. So it's like you might argue that it's probably Jewish bodies that are funding some of the Nazi stuff and why it keeps happening over and over again. But they have a fairly good reason to, is that if you forget Nazi Germany, people turn on the Jews, especially when impoverished. It's like
Yeah,
we
that's an
tend to do
interesting
that.
argument. I mean, that's the fun stuff, right? It's an entertaining, fun conversation to be
Yeah,
had. That's why we're doing it.
yeah,
And, you know, there's this other argument we looked into was that there is always this like comparison of Hitler with right conservative people.
yeah. That's been
Kamala
flipped.
did this. Kamala, like a week before the election, she was like, "This guy's Hitler. Don't vote for him." And but when you look into it, you find that socialists and far left people have more
In common with
comparison
Nazis,
and
for sure.
similarities to Hitler than the right do,
Yeah, what I
right?
would say is the left have gone and said that it's the right wing stuff that is bad about Hitler, but it's actually the authoritarian stuff that's bad about Hitler, right? It's like
Yeah.
the fact that he made it all encompassing and you couldn't deviate. So and plus his right wing stuff is really limited to just it being nationalistic. It was very left wing, like the state control over everything is pretty left wing.
Yeah, and so much of the stuff we see today is all about George Orwell's 1984. It's basically there was a fiction created that we should be aware of this and we should not do this, but it's for some reason we are doubling down on the
Yeah.
1984, you know, fiction and making it a reality. It's bizarre.
You know what? I reckon 1984 and the Orwellian stuff, and I talk about it myself, but I actually think it's become like it gets talked about more than the reality of the history of authoritarianism. And I think people know more about the notion of Orwellianism than they do about, say, freedom of speech in Soviet Union or freedom of speech in Nazi Germany. They go, it's Orwellian, it's Orwellian. It's like, why don't you call it what it is, which is actually Nazi authoritarian or Stalinist authoritarian? And because not many people talk about how that actually happened and how it really happened, so people can kind of they can dismiss Orwellianness as like it's just fiction. You know, it's almost a conspiracy theory
Yeah.
about authoritarianism. If we and I fall into it because it's so easy, and he perfectly
Yeah, I mean, we do
explained
it
it.
with,
But
you know, we do it with, you know, always vilifying and villainizing Russia compared to the Western world. But if you look at like some facts from Trigonometry, which is a podcast that I listen to,
yeah, I know
I
them.
think in 2018, I
Evil
might
right
get the
wing
year
bigots as
wrong,
well.
but maybe say 2017.
Yeah.
In Russia, about 400 people were arrested for posting stuff on social media. In the same year in the UK, 3,000 people were arrested for posting stuff on social media. But for some reason, we have this ability to control media and film and documentary and history to make it look like that those guys are much more evil than us,
I think historically
right?
maybe.
Yeah.
but now we do it.
So that happens a lot.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a powerful podcast to do, to be able to actually talk about Hitler. And I posted about it. I announced it on X. Just that announcement had like so many people getting involved. You know,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
this is not a good idea. Why are you doing this? Blah blah. And oh, you're a denier of this. And I was like, okay, that's cool. You can.
I
But
would see it more to show the parallels of now would be a really
Yeah.
valid thing for people to be reminded of. Like the
Yeah.
fact that he had all these socialist aspirations. Every German should have a car. Every German should have a holiday house. The state should be basically overseeing everything. All these really good things. Germans are not to blame for the war. We need to make money again. We're going to be proud. Like there's lots of things that there are similarities to the way.
Yeah, it's super interesting. But going back to like Alex Jones and conspiracy theories, I think people like Alex Jones have the muse. They have the muse where they can see things that
Yeah.
we can't see. And here's a really good example,
I
right?
think this was Russell Brand.
Yeah. Yeah, he
there's
does
an
too.
enlightenment thing going on
Yeah,
there.
there's something going on there for sure.
Tapped in.
So there is so he goes on the Joe Rogan podcast and he talks about this thing that's happened, which I'm gonna talk, but I'm gonna do it differently. So there is a radio show where a governor of a state in America goes on this day on this radio where he talks about how the laws in his state deal with stillborn babies.
Stillborn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And he talks about it like very casually, and he's like, this is how we deal with stillborn babies. There's a conversation happens with the doctor and the mother about what we do with the baby, blah blah blah. And when you if you're a normal person and you listen to that radio, you're not gonna have a second thought about it. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, stillborn babies, blah blah. That's sad. I'm not, but
Hadn't thought
and
about
that's it.
But yeah.
But Alex Jones sees it differently, right? Alex Jones sees it differently. And he comes on the Joe Rogan show, he goes, they're harvesting baby organs. And you go, whoa, what? They're not doing that. This is a conspiracy theory, man. Cut it out. And he's like, nah. He brings this video out, they watch it, and then he gets into the whole weed of it. And then when you listen to the whole weed of it, you're like,
You're kind of convinced.
fuck, that's what they're doing. They're harvesting baby organs.
All right. Yeah, you've led me into admitting one that I'm starting to think. All right, I am starting to think that there is a bit of a thing with the population control and the pushing of certain narratives. So, like, not that long ago, feminism wasn't cool, and people were pretty sexist, and the government was pretty, whatever. And then suddenly it was like, oh, and everyone was quite homophobic, and it was illegal to be married as a gay person and all these things. And suddenly, as environmentalism happens, and everyone goes, oh, it's climate change and it's an Armageddon, suddenly it's like, you have to be a feminist now, and you have to be pro-gay, and also we're transing the children, and if you speak against it, you're a bigot, and blah blah blah, and all of these things lead. Oh, and abortion is definitely good, and anyone who speaks against that is obviously evil. And what's the other one? There's a few things, but basically they all lead to lower fertility. Like suddenly this narrative just switches, and all of these things that were not cool and not normal just became like, you have to be pro these things or you're an outsider. And it was quite sudden and top down. Like
Population control is real. I mean, this whole
Yes,
narrative
I
that we
kinda do
have way
believe
too many
that's
people in the
happening.
world, it's entirely false. We
Yeah.
only use 2% of the total land on Earth. We fuck up all the resources. We are not efficient with using the resources. If we do everything well, we can have 30 billion people on this Earth and everybody will still have enough.
Yeah, and the suppression of Christianity and beliefs where you're supposed to procreate, like all of this stuff started happening all at the same
And that's
time.
how they got China. They created this whole narrative that there's too many people in China. So they had this whole policy around everybody has one child. And by
Yeah,
2050, China will be half the population. And now China is like, everybody have more kids because we're not going to have enough people by the time it's 2050. It's,
And where's the one state where they're actually procreating at a high rate? Israel.
no, that will get a few
and the third world.
anti-Zionist people going.
Yeah. And the third world also procreate quite highly.
But the other argument is that, this is not just like population control. This is actually us giving birth to AI.
Right, yeah. So I do want to know why, I don't know, I didn't think I'd be talking about Alex Jones maybe ever, but why he thinks they're harvesting baby organs. I am interested in that because
I'll send you the link. You can watch it. Like, I can't explain the way he does because he's really good at it and he sees different things. But essentially, the way that the state is talking about it is saying, well, you have a baby and it's dead, but it's got organs. They're really good organs. We have this whole donation. We have this donor list and we could use them. And then all of a sudden, it's a business, right? At all these clinics, we have the same, stuff going on with this whole transgender clinics. They are making a lot of money, and they've been exposed with making a lot of money in getting all these people on puberty blockers and operations. They're making a lot of money. So this all of a sudden has become a money making scheme.
Yeah.
So people that are having abortions, late abortions, they're like, oh, we could use this, and you can donate
stem
it,
cells and the blah blah blah.
Yeah,
hey, here's a tie it in a little bit to your UFO theory that they are life forms that change form, and it's kind of like a little bit of a transhumanist idea, right? Like, maybe we upload our mind eventually, and then we can put it into different machines. That developing of the new AI species. I am, what's the word? And maybe you are too. Like, I'm instinctively worried by the trans movement and what it does to people and children. But like, if you think that the idea that maybe one day we will evolve into that kind of transhuman cyborgy thing that you were describing, do you not think, to be the devil's advocate, that the trans movement is pioneering that, and maybe that whole post-human thing is what maybe, or okay, I'm sorry to say the phrase all part of the same agenda, but we are talking about like things that do kind of tie into.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a
the
higher
new
power
evolution.
that's creating all these anti-human narratives to lead us to a point to have a post-human reality.
Yeah, and
A post-human
is
world.
it right to
We did
resist
this,
that or not?
history has a lot to answer for, right? And there's a lot of indications in
everything.
history in terms of if you want to predict the future, right?
Yeah.
So we did it in New York. We did this exact thing in New York. In New York, we were very smart enough to use horses in cities to transport goods, transport people, right? Eventually, we became anti-horses in New York because they were shitting everywhere and people were not responsible with the horses. If they had a dead horse, they'll just chuck it on the side of the road. The New York residents were being annoyed. So what did they do? They started taxing horses. They started taxing horses. More tax
doing it
for the
with cars
horses.
now.
More tax for the horses, right?
Yeah.
The horse are the problem. We can't breed them fast enough. They can't go fast enough. We have all these restrictions. What do? We invent the car.
Yeah.
We get rid of the a biological thing. We replace it with a machine.
Exactly.
That's what we're doing now with humans. Elon's building Optimus. Optimus is already doing jobs at the Tesla factory. He reckons when they get into full-scale production, they'll produce 4 million of these. And you can buy one for $30,000.
Sorry, what is Optimus?
Optimus is a robot. A fully functional, has arms and legs and heads, a head.
So to play into your like he has an agenda thing, which of course he has many agendas, because there's almost a technological race in multiple fields towards what's going to be the new species. Because he's quite anti the trans ideology. Is there a possibility that that is a competing post-human kind of way of getting to the next post-human, and he's backing this horse, and the trans kind of ideology is against, is a competitor with what he's backing for the new thing? Or do
I
you think
never
it's not
said
really
he has
thought
an
out like
agenda
that?
because that
No,
sounds
I'm
like he's
saying
got a
that.
bad agenda.
Yeah, no, but I was saying that in the sense of, because why would someone who is so pro progress, technology, change, wants to bring about robots? I mean, he spoke against AI as well.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
he's.
responsible, I
I don't think
suppose.
he's against AI. I think
No,
he's
he thinks
against
we should regulate
he's
it.
against bad AI.
Yeah,
AI
yeah,
that can destroy. He's very pro-human. I'm very pro-human. It's something
yeah.
I talk about a lot. I love humanity.
But what's a human? Is it the new version of it, or is it the current version
The
that you
current
love?
version.
Do you think it's worth defending this current version?
Oh yes. Oh yes. I think that the new version will never have arts, creativity, resilience,
A soul.
a soul. The new version will have a lot of great things, and they can be part of our world, and we can coexist. But it will not have a lot of things that we will have. It's like, what is art? Art is knowing when to stop. That's art.
I think you might
And
like my new project. It's actually not that new, but it's a concept project called Cult of Helix,
right,
which is all about, it's music, but it's all about it's concept, and obviously it's not a real cult, but it's pretending to be a cult of basically all you have to do to be a member is to be like an unedited human, like a
right.
random, unedited, genetically unedited human, and it's kind of a resistance to the transhumanist movements that will eventually. It's very concepty. It's.
Yeah,
I'll talk about it another time, but I've got to
yeah.
send it to you.
Yeah, I think Elon wants to have a future where you have robots and AI. I think the idea came to him was he was doing all the self-driving technology, and he felt that it was actually a smart enough brain that you can just, put, instead of being on wheels, it can just be on legs and arms and a head, and then it can do all these different things.
Mimic biology. Yeah.
And he's also working on Neuralink. Neuralink is a device you can have in your brain. And the idea, I think the biggest risk with AI is we need to make sure there is human-machine symbiosis. So you think about chimps, right? Chimps are 99.9% or 8% similar to humans, but we can't communicate with chimps. We don't coexist with chimps. They don't live around us. They don't live in our houses. We're not married to chimps. We don't have chimps who are friends. We don't have friends who are
Some people
chimps.
might feel they're married to chimps.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And so we're gonna that might happen with AI, that they will function at a level way higher than us, that we
We
can't
can't.
understand them.
Yeah.
And then
And they dominate
then
us.
it becomes like this evolution, that humans eventually die and robots exist. So when you have that machine in your brain, it can process information in your brain at a faster rate, and then we can have human machine symbiosis. We can't have machine functioning at a higher intelligent rate than us, and it's just an issue with the brain, because the biochemical brain can't process information as the electrical brain. So we can put the electrical element into our brain and make it work faster. The
Like update our
smartphones,
brain
yeah,
so that it can
smartphones were like a really good way to kind of really lift our intelligence, because we could have this collective information exchange. But still, the brain is processing information
reduces.
that's only being transferred with the thumbs that we can type, or we can talk on the phone. This is actually putting the whole smartphone in your brain, and then all of a sudden the bandwidth issue is solved. So the
Yeah.
brain's, automatically functioning at a very faster rate, and it's connected to the internet straight through your brain. And then
Okay.
it's
So
also tapped into all the AI, the collective AI intelligence, what they're thinking, what they're, learning, what they're doing, and you can control them. So it's almost like, the reason we have all these anti-human movements, right? It's almost like we are here to give birth to AI, and they become us and our evolution. And Elon's trying to make sure that doesn't happen by them being effective tools that make our world better, and we still remain the main species that run the world as humans for the next million years.
or
That's why he's
maybe
trying to get to Mars. So we
we have
save
the
the
resource.
human as it is in its form now.
Yeah, I think he's a humanist. You could also say maybe he's a little bit, he wants to be the good, maybe he still sees it as a child of humanity that may ultimately supersede because, sorry to quote him, but even Donald Trump said in that Schultz podcast, like a good father actually wants their child to go better than them, right? But they just don't want, I think maybe the other alternative is that the child, the AI child, if taken by, the deep state, actually like kind of is so divorced from its parents, and it's used against them, and you get that
That's the
Orwellian kind of,
narcissistic parents.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. So, but you don't want it to go so far from its parents that there's actually a war between the generations and people are so far left behind. You get that in a lot in the sense of how people feel about the elite, however they class it. Like, on the
Yeah, I
left, they
think the
would say
goal is
Elon
that
Musk
you
is the,
want AI to be positive for like 85% of AI. You need it
yeah,
to be positive. There's about 10,
exactly,
15%. They'll be negative. There'll be wars between AI and
for sure.
humans.
Yeah.
There's this like, conspiracy theory about why UFOs hover and hang around nuclear sites. There is conspiracy theories about the UFOs are trying to get into the nuclear codes. They're trying to disarm nuclear weapons. They're trying to arm nuclear weapons. There's a lot of that conspiracy theory out there about UFOs and why they hang out at military sites.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So there's always going to be bad AI, but I think Elon, what he's trying to do is that AI is good AI. Chat GPT was once asked, what is more dangerous? Is it a nuclear war or misgendering Caitlyn Jenner? And the answer was misgendering Caitlyn Jenner. So Elon's argument is if AI ends up having power and access to weapons, and then the maximum truth for them is that misgendering Caitlyn Jenner is bad, and it's recording a lot of misgendering going on in the world, then it's going to start a nuclear war to go after
To
people who are
kill the,
misgendering
and yeah. And
Caitlyn
here's a
Jenner.
translation as well, though, that you could take from it if you wanted to have a human reading on it. It's like, what's worse between nuclear war and misgendering Caitlyn Jenner? Like, what's more dangerous? It's like well, it's either nuclear war or telling the truth. You could perceive misgendering someone as telling the truth, and that is a very dangerous concept.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this: why do you think we're here? Who created the universe, and
Oh,
why
Jesus.
why are we here? What's the point of this?
Oh, I don't know actually. I really don't. What? Why are we here? I don't know.
Do you think the
I'm
universe is organizing itself to create life, and we are life? We are that consciousness. We are that candle of the universe.
yeah. I'm probably a bit of a believer in the journey being the thing that matters rather than the end. Only because, and that sort of ties in with like a pursuit of happiness in the sense of like I think gratitude for what is and what's around makes you happy. And so enjoying the journey rather than just being concerned with the end makes sense to me. But also, it doesn't mean I believe in a totally materialistic, non spiritual world where the end doesn't matter. But I don't know. Like, I definitely probably, as I'm living, I'm finding value in like the idea of God. But I, wow, I've never actually really had to articulate it or think about it, which is crazy. No, I don't think anyone's ever asked me that. What do you think? Why are we here? Are you sure there's a reason? You think we're a simulation? Do you think we're an experiment of God or of
No, I
Prometheus?
think it's evolution. I think that,
Well, that's a description. That's not a reason. Like that's just a process.
well, I think our existence is random.
So we exist to get better because that's evolution, right? And maybe that's why we love all these deep conspiracy stories about like superior humans or really bad humans because like it's like we know that we're supposed to be get better, and if there's powers making us worse, it's evolutionary
Yeah,
against us.
that's a good point. Why do we have this like survival instinct? Why did we develop the ego to protect ourselves from, you know, not going extinct? It's a really good question.
To aim up, some would say, like
Yeah, but if you
towards
think about it,
God
like
or the stars.
you know, what we are made of as humans, that's the material that's most of the material that exists in the universe. So we are made of the materials that
Yeah,
exist in the universe, the carbon, the every like 3 5 elements that exist in the entire universe. We are
yeah,
made of that, right? Bobby Azarian, I think he wrote a book called The Romance of Reality, and he went on the Joe Rogan podcast as well. He wrote a book about how the universe is organizing itself to create life and consciousness. And, you can argue that plants are conscious and animals are conscious, not just humans. And you can debate what life means and what consciousness mean. You know, this ability of, us being able to think about ourselves is the consciousness, right? Our ability to understand the intelligence, our ability
self-awareness.
to
Yeah,
ask the question why we're here. What is all of this, right? The awakening. And you can also, I think I lean more towards the fact that the universe is waking up. It's becoming
yeah.
conscious. And the evidence of the universe consciousness is us because we're awake.
This is why I think it's not a coincidence that the thing that's counter this is called woke.
Right.
It's like we are so close to where we're supposed to be going, but there's a perversion of it, and
Yeah.
it's very distracting.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
what Elon's trying to do is Elon, like, right now, we can't say that the universe is conscious with this idea that it's God, it's the universe itself has a brain. But what Elon's trying to do is give the universe a brain. If in the next million years, if we survive as humans, we can be all across the Milky Way, right? And the universe is 15 billion years old. Imagine if we survive for 15 billion years, we'll be all across the edge of the universe and connected. Then all of a sudden you can turn back and say, well, the universe has a brain now and it's God because it's conscious.
yeah. You know what? I think as you were saying all that, I was starting to articulate what I do think we are here for in my mind in a phrase, and it is to aim towards God and consciousness, and they can be the same thing, aim towards up. But I think it ties into the desire to go to these planets. I think we are actually here to become the stars, like we're
Yeah.
to become a star and to be on the stars and be the stars because they are just old planets. They no longer really exist anymore.
And
A lot
that's
of them.
why we hate things like carbon credits. Don't travel too much.
Yeah, yeah, because it's
You know?
counter our desire to
Yeah.
grow
It's
and
almost
yeah,
like,
it's
we are
suppressive.
fighting with each other, right?
Yeah, yeah,
There is a part of us that wants to conquer the universe and become God. And there's a part
progress.
of us that's kind of like, trying to kill that. trying to
Yeah.
self-destruct.
But wouldn't you say Elon's desire to make sure that AI doesn't go too far is also a little bit of a taxation or a carbon credit in progress, like just to play the devil's advocate, because that technology could just go like that and leave us behind.
Could be, could
And
be.
so
I mean, he's
taxing
all
is a
about,
way of going, you're getting too far ahead. You need to stay down with the rest of us.
yeah.
I am no socialist, but that might be a logical kind of
I think
analogous
so. I think
argument
you're right on the
for
money
it.
on that one. It's definitely
There's an analogy.
you have to control it, otherwise it
A
gets
little
away
bit.
from you.
Yeah. Which is why I'm more of a centrist. And I sound right wing all the time because the left are psychos and someone needs to fucking not be like that anymore in my industry. But there is always, when you come to it, you always, if you go deep enough into a conversation, you realize where they're coming from. And you're right, like you can get the Alan Jones effect where you're like, suddenly I listen to everything Alan Jones says and
Alex Jones.
sorry, Alex Jones.
That's all
Okay.
right.
Different, very different thing, isn't it? Alex
Yeah.
Jones and Alan Jones. Sorry, Alex Jones. Yeah. Where was it? Yeah, just you can get so caught in your algorithm or listening to an anti-wokeness or this that you forget why it emerged to begin with. And
Yeah, I
that's
think it
why the
all kind of,
center needs to man up a bit. The center is too weak and they let these algorithmic clicking points go crazy and divide each other. And we don't, those of us who see both sides don't talk up enough.
yeah, it's like, why do we choose to live in fear and then we choose to not live in fear?
Wow. Okay. Sorry. Say that again.
Yeah, I mean,
Why do we
you
choose
said it
to-
yourself. You lived all your life in the
In
in the
fear,
music
yeah.
industry. You lived in the fear,
Right. And then I chose not to anymore.
and you chose not to. Why do we do that?
I could, yeah. Why? Why?
know?
I couldn't
Why do
handle
we
it
do that?
anymore.
Why do we not do that from the beginning? Like, I was raised in a
Yeah.
Muslim family,
Yeah.
and I was always referred to as the black sheep because I just questioned everything. If my mom could not justify why I should pray and believe in Allah, and I'll be like, well, Allah is retarded. And she'll be like, whoa, you can't say stuff like this, and then blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I can, because you're not justifying to me why I should.
I can't. Yeah. Except maybe that I
So-
might get killed. But apart from
Yeah.
that.
Piss off. So that's how I was when I was like 7 years old. And obviously,
Yes.
And
No.
that's-
Same. Yeah.
yeah.
It's
And,
exactly the
and people, it's like, for some people, they find that like, oh, you're always alienating yourself and you don't get along. And I'm like, I don't know, but that's how I feel.
There are a few
can't,
people
you
with
know.
that kind of spirit, but I would say the answer to your question as to why you don't just suddenly always tell the truth is that it's about weighing up the cost. So like at some point, and unfortunately it's often too late when people realize where the cost is going. It's just that it's not worth it to them to tell the truth or to stand up for things because of the great cost that it will have for them. And I was like this. I was like, oh, it's going to do this, it's going to do this, it's going to do this. And it's just
But
not
the
worth
funny
it.
thing is, like, when you decide to like break that fear and come out, and once you do come out, you look back and you go, well, the cost was more to stay in the fear.
Exactly. And do you know Anne Radcliffe? She was a Gothic horror writer. And
I've heard of that name.
she wrote about the difference between terror and horror. And she said that horror, which she associated with more of what the masculine experience, this was like, I don't know, the 18 or 1900s, was actually seeing the horrible thing. That's horror, the gore, the blood, horror. Terror is not seeing it, but being afraid of seeing it or encountering it, but never actually seeing it.
Yeah.
And she characterized this as more of a feminine type of fear because obviously women were kind of more protected then. And she argued that terror was worse than horror because all these, and it explained why women were so neurotic, because this is a time when women were, oh, my nerves. So, it was one of those cliches, but was kind of true. And is that it's left up to the mind, to worry about the terror. You know, what could be behind the curtain? If you never pull it back, it's almost worse than pulling it back. And yeah, stepping out into, say, my self-canceling moment, or any kind of those moments of like just something you fear. This is why I became obsessed with doing stuff that I was scared of, because my mum used to be very agoraphobic, and agoraphobia, as it neurologically physically is like your neural pathways shutting down because you give in to fear, and the only
Yeah.
way to really to
I think
cure
we as
it
a
is
society should
to
go
fix
away
to
from this
expose
whole
yourself.
fear way of raising kids, the fear way
Yeah,
of governing, the fear way of having friends.
yeah, and exposure
It's
therapy is
all,
how
it's
you do
actually,
it.
we can do it in different ways.
Yeah.
There are different ways of doing it. You
Well, the
don't
first
have
one
to,
though is probably the fear of telling the truth.
yeah,
Like that has to go.
that has to go.
It has to go.
Yeah.
Like it's not, nothing else can work until that
Yeah, I
goes.
always hear this bullshit around, people always like, they stay in relationships, whether it's work or personal, they stay in relationships and work hard on it, even though they know that it's not working. And I always hear this bullshit. It's like, oh, we've been through the trial and tribulations and we've been married for 35 years. Bullshit. I don't think that's true, because you know, when you get out of it and you get over the fear of letting that go, you realize, well, I should have just got out of this the first minute I felt that this was off. I
Right,
shouldn't
yeah,
have been
yeah.
involved. I shouldn't have worked on it. It's like the therapist always says, oh, you got to work on it. Oh, you're saying that because you want to make money.
Right, yes,
You
sure.
know, you're just a
I suppose
scam.
it depends on your values though. Like if you can see the value of marriage if you have certain values
Yeah, but you
and
don't have to
working on it.
work on it. Just live. Just get on with it. Live. Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
we're naturally designed to be annoyed, be irritated by having people around us all the time. We don't have to work on it. I
Oh,
don't
so
have
it's
to.
okay that you are
Yeah,
annoyed
it
at your
just
spouse
exists.
sometimes. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah. Sure.
tolerate.
Yeah.
But we become anti this. Like we're very like one of the things that I've noticed so much about Western culture is the Western people are so anti children.
Yes.
They have
Again.
kids and they constantly complain about their kids. They want to get away from the kids. It's like,
Yeah.
why? What is this all about? Because that's not how I was raised, and that's how I grew up. Everybody was a community, and it was fun to be kids. It was fun to have kids. Your parents were happy that you were there, and your parents were around all the time. It was a community-based, living, and it was different. And you see a lot of that sort of upbringing in indigenous environments.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. There's good and bad things happen in any environment you grow up.
Yeah.
But there's definitely a massive anti-child culture in
Well,
Western society.
to be a good old lefty again, you might actually argue that individualistic culture is sort of to blame for that. Because a lot of the time, and here's like the argument again for why most women will want the right to abortion. And it's crazy to break it down like this, but like it's generally economic, and that they want to have like the ability to have a career and not get bogged down with having a kid and have the life that they want, which is ultimately a matter of like, I mean, sometimes it's like, to prevent being in an abusive situation or something really horrible. But most of the time, the argument for why we don't want to have children is like, we want to enjoy a materially better life,
Yeah.
which is pretty. I mean, like I never thought I would say that I could understand the anti-abortion rhetoric as a young feminist, but like I can. Like it's pretty wild to have a mainstream agreement with the idea that killing unborn children is okay because of an economic argument for the mother.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
had two unplanned children, and I could never ever even like. I'm very pro-life. Could have never ever had that thought ever. That
and
would
we
be
now
like,
that's a normal thought to have. And if you don't have it, you can't publicly even be anti-abortion most of the time in most circles. That's pretty wild, like that we got
yeah,
there.
yeah. But
It's
it's Andrew Schultz also has a very interesting way of looking at life. Comedians are very intelligent people, and he was trying to write a joke about this whole "your body, your choice" thing,
Right. Yes.
right? And so it led him to this question. He's like, okay, well, is it really your body, your choice? Is it like unlimited amount of abortions, or is it
Like,
like
yeah.
there's a limit?
Like, how many abortions
How
can you have
many
before it's
is
wrong?
how many until you stop saying your body, your choice, right? So
Yeah.
he figured it out. He figured out that it's 3. It's your body, your choice until it's 3 abortions. After 3 abortions, you eventually are gonna get faced with your friends and family saying, "What are you, retarded? You can't put a condom on? Like what the hell is going on? You can't just go buy some pills. What is going on?" So
Yeah.
it's very interesting, right? This all these things are just there to kind of like trick you into this feeling of euphoria, right? But it's not true. It's the people who do this, they live a false life, and they engage in it because it it puts them in a position of control in society. And that's why people hate Trump, is because Trump is basically saying to all these unelected silent people that control the world, the George Soros who spent $32 billion on these Democratic candidates that then go and end up in controlling policy and laws. He just got a Medal of Freedom from Biden. George Soros. Think about that.
Wow.
It's crazy. I think that's a lot of that is essentially what's going on. Is the people who don't like you standing up for misinformation wearing a MAGA hat, they are somehow controlled by these silent people who control the media and the government, who dictate people to be in this rhythm of consciousness, and then they attack you because they are controlled by these people that exist. Some may be Jewish.
Oh, there's the old Muslim in you. Some are definitely also white and black and whatever.
Exactly.
But yeah, look, even coming, because I think I was in that, and I don't want to sound like, because they probably think we're the other way round, to be honest. Like, left-wing people think that right-wing people have been indoctrinated. You know, there's maybe an argument the other way. But as you were speaking, I was thinking about how I previously used to be, you know, have those narratives in my mind and thought a certain way, and was definitely, you know, pro-choice and all that stuff, and your body, your choice. Now I'm quite uncertain, to be honest, because actually that phrase that we repeat these phrases in a kind of Orwellian way. Your body, your choice, your body, your choice, your body, your choice. And it's like, actually, it's not your body. Like, the thing is in your body and it's attached to your body, but it's not your body. It's the thing's body, it's the baby's body, and you're ripping it out. It's not your body at all. Like, people on my post were like, you know, you want to talk about vulvas? How about women's choice to control their vulvas? And I was like, you have no idea how abortion works if you think the vulva's at all involved. It goes into the vagina and it takes out a separate life. It's not like, yeah, through you,
I've
but
seen
it's not
images of
your
them
body.
of like different heads being pulled out, arms being pulled out. I don't
Yeah,
know if you've
it's
seen
someone
those
else's
images.
body. It is someone else's body. Like, okay, this is the bit that's going to get me really cancelled, because I think a lot of people were like, yeah, you know, you were just doing it for art and blah, blah, blah. And of course you still think abortion rights and blah, blah, blah. And even my libertarian right-wing friends who are feminists are like, yeah, but you still believe in abortion rights. I'm like, look, actually, I do, because I think that you need to understand the nature of humans. And the fact is that women are going to get abortions whether you make them legal or not, right? They're going to do it, right?
Right.
So whether I think they're right or not, I actually do think they should be legal. But I'm not sure they are right, and I'm not sure they should be encouraged. And I don't know anyone who's had one who doesn't, who just feels nothing. You know, just nothing. It's like, I think maybe they have a way of justifying it or feeling, you know, like I was saying, we find a way of adapting to our life and our choices. But like, most women who've had an abortion don't feel great about it. It's not you, woo, you know. And if they are woo, you should be kind of worried. So it's, yeah. Anyway, I don't. Your body, your choice is like, technically it's not. It is a different body. to
Yeah,
yours.
you're basic. Yeah, I mean, so do you think that they're killing someone else and they know that they're killing
Yes, I
someone else,
do,
or
and I
and they're
do.
just
Otherwise, we wouldn't be
disguising it
debating it.
into the fact that it's their body?
Yeah, I do. Maybe we have had enough generations brought up under the "your body, your choice" to for them to actually not compute or remember or something that it is separate and that it's another life and that it is killing. You can debate whether you think killing babies is okay, but it is killing a baby. Like, sorry, but why are comedians the geniuses of the world right now? The other one about this was Bill Burr and the birthday cake.
He's amazing.
You know, when he says, okay, I used to be like, yeah, your body, your choice. But then you think about the birthday cake analogy. I'm baking my own cake, my birthday cake. You know, I've got the batter in there, I got the eggs, so it's all there and it's in the cake tin, it's in the oven. It's not a cake yet. You know, that's what you say. And it's like, it was gonna be like that someone, that's right, someone comes in and throws the thing on the floor and you say, you ruined my birthday cake. And I go, well, it wasn't a cake. And it's like, yeah, it was going to be. Like, obviously, I'm not the comedian, but the way he tells it, it's like, well, yeah, there is a pretty good logic there that if it wasn't a life, you wouldn't be going in and tearing it out. Like, you wouldn't have to do that because it wouldn't become a life. Like, the fact that we're having this conversation is kind of
Yeah,
proof
and it's
that it's
almost,
not
it's
nothing.
yeah, and you can have the same debate about the fact that, like, women have the ability to give birth, right?
Yes, and are different to
So
men in
that's
this
an
way.
alive thing in its own,
Yes. Yeah.
right? So it's like, how do you get to this point where the psyche of the human is so detached from their fact that they can give birth?
Because we
Like
are
my shaman,
compartmentalizing.
she was on my podcast, Alaya, and when you listen to her speak, you feel the aliveness of the motherhood, the ability, the womb, the ability to give birth, the power of that, the
She's
feminism
in
of
touch with
that.
it.
Not the feminism, the
Femininity. Yeah.
femininity of that. You feel it. You're like, wow, this is cool. This kind of reminds me of my mother. She has that. Like, it's very strong, that she's in that feminine energy. Like, a lot of the women you meet today, they're not in their feminine energy,
Yeah. Oh,
right?
100%. And feminism is often the opposite of
Oh, very much
femininity,
so. It's very much so. It's got nothing to
which
do
is
with that
why it was
feminine energy.
able to turn into something that could deny what a woman is and talk about how it doesn't even matter if you're female or
Feminism
not.
is a very masculine energy.
Yes, yes. It's quite anti-female in so many ways,
Yeah.
interestingly, or anti our nature, I suppose. Though, I mean, look, I don't want to give the wrong impression that I don't see the validity and have a lot of gratitude for previous feminist movements. Like, my life is a lot better because of what women before me have done in the name of feminism. And we wouldn't even be having this conversation, if it wasn't for a lot of feminists. So credit where credit's due in a lot of ways. And you do wonder whether, when you're resisting the progress in your mind, whether you're just a dinosaur of a different kind, like, but you kind of have to follow your gut. And like, I showed my mum, because I'm so, you and I were caught up in stuff. We've been aware of these narratives of like trans stuff for a long time now. We know that you're not allowed to talk about it. Maybe we're a bit enraged by this, but we're kind of desensitized to it. Last night, I told my mum, and she's a tender soul, but I showed her the beginning of What is a Woman by Matt Walsh. Have you seen
Oh,
that?
yes. Yeah, 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 yeah.
She burst into tears. She was like, what? I can't believe they're doing this. I can't. And she cried and she was so upset and she had to leave the room and she
Yeah.
was like, it's so wrong. And then afterwards she was like, but how can she say this? And how can it be so unnatural? And I was like, whoa. And we were like, oh, she's hysterical. And I was like, no, that's a really normal reaction. That is like a
Yeah.
human who doesn't know that this has been going on, how they should react.
Yeah.
it's, and that's a mother, you know?
Yeah.
That's a woman
Yeah,
who
and
has
that's,
is
a lot of people have similar reactions when we saw the opening ceremony of the Olympics. This
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
fat trans man wearing undies with his dad
His
bod out
penis
with a
near a child
beard,
or something.
looking like Papa Smurf, lying down on a plate like the Last Supper, sexualizing this whole thing. And people were, mothers and children watching the Olympics, billions of people around the world were like horrified
Yeah.
because it was so off from the energy. And they
Yeah.
felt like
But it was
they're being
instinctive.
duped into this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It was instinctive as well,
Like a
though. It's
pedophile that's giving you lollies to suck you in into the public toilets, right?
okay. There's a conspiracy. How do you? So it's funny when we're talking about
Pedophilia
Russell
is not a
Brand.
conspiracy.
No, no, no. Sorry, I want to let me. No, it's a crime. I mean, sorry, a conspiracy theory. Let me backtrack and then go
And
into what I was saying.
I'm just
No,
playing
it's
with you.
real. It's definitely real. The whole was it. You know the the whole kind of the powerful elite and the pedo rinks, right?
Uh-huh.
Those that's a pretty big sort of conspiracy theory. I can see a validity to it in the sense that like it's a very good way of controlling your co-conspirators. So it's like, to get into this power circle, you have to do this thing that we're kind of all mutually in to kind of you have to do this horrible, and it has to be pedophilia because there's so few other real taboos, right? Like that's like the deepest, darkest taboo of our culture, right? So it's got to be something that you will never recover from. So you got to do this, and then if then you kind of are a puppet eventually, or
Yeah.
ultimately you kind of have to go with the flow. Do you think that might? Do you think that there is merit to it? I mean, obviously the Epstein stuff. I haven't followed recently that stuff, but
Well, you
like,
have to wonder. I mean, if you think about Jimmy Savile, do you know Jimmy Savile?
yeah, he seemed like he might be a bit of a lone wolf, actual pedo though. But maybe not. Maybe he was in the ring. See, there's the rinks of like it's a power thing, and maybe they wouldn't have all been natural
Well, that's where I
pedophiles.
think people, like there's argument for both. So, people say, "Oh, he was a lone wolf," but hold on a second. Let's look at
Maybe
the
not.
argument for the other side, right?
Yeah,
He molested 400 children.
yeah,
200 of them was at the BBC studios.
yeah.
Just think about this, okay?
That's a lot.
You bring 200 kids into like a workplace.
How did no one notice either?
How did no one know?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And
But was
how
it in
can you,
plain
if you
sight?
tell that to me and I'm like, oh, you're right, he was a lone wolf, I feel like I feel stupid to even believe that, because how can you bring in 200 kids? And then,
Yeah,
so BBC had to know. That's the other argument, right? They had to
yeah.
know. Maybe they were not enabling it, but they surely trying to cover it.
Well, that is enabling it.
Yeah, and then you have the
Yeah.
same thing with Hollywood. They, Harvey Weinstein, right? It's like there was this whole debate that it's a Hollywood problem. Hollywood knows about it. People were involved.
Yeah.
That's why we talk about the Epstein list. That's why Bill Gates gave $50 million to Kamala Harris, because if Kamala doesn't win, he's likely going to prison. You have the same thing with Reid Hoffman. Is that the co-founder of LinkedIn? Maybe
I don't know.
he went to the Epstein Island 40 times.
Right.
It's like Prince Andrew. Of course, they knew what was going on and they wanted to be part of it, and it was all an enabler.
Right. See, but why is Prince
Same thing with
Andrew
P
would
Diddy. There is a lot of people that were involved. They knew what was going on, and that's why they were able to have in their custody 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
fuck. Here's the question. Fuck now. Oh my god.
That's some parties. I mean, I've been in the music scene just like you, and I've been part of some parties, but that's like next level, right?
Well, it's almost like Romanesque, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like
It interestingly with the question of paedophilia and stuff, it's actually only recently that we've even started protecting children in this way. Like relatively speaking, it wasn't. It's a modern
but it still goes
post-enlightenment
on. I mean, this whole
Western
debate,
thing.
we started this podcast with this whole debate about how you have these like Muslim grooming gangs. They come from this world of Islam, and it's normal for them to have kids as their sexual partners. Where they come from? In Afghanistan, they have this culture called bachabazi. And bachabazi is where, if you go to Afghanistan, you will see a lot of these truck drivers with little kids sitting next to them, and when they're driving around working on the trucks. And you would assume as a Westerner that the kid sitting next to this guy and as a truck driver is his son. He's joining his father on a trip to work. No, that's his boy, and he has sex with that boy. That's normal culture in Afghanistan. So
Right.
these people, they come to the UK, that's like normal to them. And they work their way around the system and create these gangs where they rape kids.
Okay, I'm starting to feel a bit sick. But yeah, I mean,
But it's true.
yeah, no, I know. The truth sometimes makes you feel sick.
Yeah.
So, okay, I think we've answered that you do believe in the pedo ring conspiracy theory, which I sort of do too.
I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think people create rings, human trafficking. It's like huge. It's $1 billion business.
No, sorry, I do mean a conspiracy in the terms of that people are conspiring. The idea that it's a theory is the wrong bit. Like
Right.
it's true. The
Yeah.
conspiracy is
Yeah.
occurring.
It
It's just that we
exists.
attach the word theory to it to undermine it, right?
Yeah.
And I suppose the fact, and now, the fact that a government would cover it up or a police force wouldn't investigate it, it not only, I think it's actually quite charitable to say that, they've been trying to not be racist in that. Like there are other accusations you could make as to why they didn't want to investigate that, which is they might be involved.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, we
there's
had this whole
worse
like,
things.
yeah, I mean, we had the Christchurch mosque shooting, an Australian that came to Christchurch, New Zealand, and killed a lot of innocent people in a mosque. And it really started this whole thing called the Christchurch Call. And it was about 200 countries that became part of it.
Is
And
this when Jacinta Ardern famously hugged the Muslim with
oh
the
yes,
hijab on?
yeah,
We've got like a
yeah,
mural of that
exactly.
in Brunswick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did she win an Oscars for that? She should have.
She did. She did.
And
she went to Epstein's
so
Island shortly after.
it kind of started this whole censorship thing.
Right.
But when you look at it in terms of who were creating these rules of censorship, there were all these Muslim community leaders involved in this whole thing that makes you wonder, well, hold on, you guys are not elected members. How are you involved? All of a sudden, the police is favoring these guys, and they don't want to make them upset anymore because a lot of their people died. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
There was a video I watched a couple of weeks ago of an American journalist, I believe. She goes to Australia. I believe it's in Sydney somewhere. And she wants to go and take a walk in this area, which is a very Muslim area. And she's walking in this area, and it looks like it's somewhere in Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. The street markets, it's all
Might be
like Muslim
Lakemba
men.
Or yeah, I'm not sure exactly where, but there's a few suburbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people are like giving her dirty looks. Like, what are you doing here? Right. And obviously, lo and behold, a police officer stops her and she goes, "What are you doing here?" This is a police officer. She's like, "Oh, I'm just walking the streets. I'm just, like, I'm checking this area out." And he's like, "You can't be there."
Is that for her protection or because the people have an objection to her being there?
People have an objection for her to be
complained, right.
for her to be there. And
Yeah.
even if it's for her protection, it's wrong to be doing that because it's a free world.
Yeah.
It's a public street. What do
Yeah,
you
yeah.
mean that your protection? Like, so
Yeah.
eventually, obviously, she's there to report the fact that there are certain suburbs in Australia, which is a Western democratic country, that function under Sharia law, and
Right. That we allow to happen
we
because we're
allow
too
it to happen, and we
intimidated.
are afraid to intervene, and
Yeah.
we don't know what's going on in these pockets and how they treat women and how they treat children. So all of a sudden, you look into it, you find all these gangs that do all these activities that are illegal, and we let it get away with.
Yeah. Okay. Oh God. Yeah, yeah, no, I mean that doesn't surprise me at
And
all.
that's the whole, debate that's been happening on X with this whole Muslim grooming gangs, and the UK government saying no, such a thing doesn't exist.
Well, it's also two-sided, right? And people are scared to speak up about it because they're sort of surrounded by resistance to it. So, like, I saw a video of like some old Christian man who was proselytizing in the street in the UK, being arrested today, and they came up and said, "Oh, we've had complaints about you." And so, we're going to arrest you. And obviously, everyone's filming, going, you can't arrest him. He's allowed to do this. But they arrested him. And, a lot of Christian people being arrested. And I always assumed that it was like the woke kind of queer world that must be calling up. But maybe it's not. It could be Muslims. I'm not sure. But it's a new thing. But the problem is on both sides, if like a moderate is like, no, I want to speak out against this, they're attacked from like an LGBT kind of standpoint because Christianity is against them, and they believe in hate speech and all this stuff. And then you're also kind of attacked from like a racist, Islamophobia kind of standpoint. And so it's like that it comes back again to the cost. And I think for Australians, we just haven't seen what the cost, like, we think, okay, that's the cost, is I'm going to get like just attacked and cancelled and maybe even be in danger from some of these people because you get death threats from extreme, you know, Islamists, and you get death threats from extreme trans activists as well. So, you're pretty scared to speak out. And then, kind of before you know it, you do have a situation where no one's spoken out because they're scared, and it's like hit critical mass, and the mainstream culture no longer are the mainstream culture.
Yeah,
And
what Jacinda Ardern was able to mobilize and popularize around the world is this idea of leading with kindness
right.
and empathy, right? She
Yeah.
did that with COVID, looking after each other, a team of 5 million people.
Yeah.
But what she truly did, she created this whole thing that is called suicidal empathy,
And it does
right?
seem like the West is a little
Empathy
bit
has got to
suicidal.
a point, kindness has got to a point where it's suicidal. That
Yeah.
we are causing harm
Self-loathing.
to our own people and self and society and economy and country and nation and identity, everything,
Yeah.
by being suicidal with our empathy.
And coming back to the point that you were making about the purpose of us, or we were both agreeing on the purpose of us is to survive and get better and transcend and maybe reach the stars or God or whatever, however you see it, is that I think the point at which someone, maybe it's just a Westerner, but a lot of people might feel like they need to step up and out is when the cost to themselves is actually so great. Because, the reason we don't step out is because we still have our self-interests being served by going along with the society and the social contract and, playing by the rules, right? Our self-interest is natural. It's not like some great sin. It's kind of like the drive, like we were saying. Well, that's my opinion anyway. But it's when the problem is sometimes by the time you realize that going along with it is so far against your interests, it might be too late to speak out.
Yeah.
And that's when it
That's what
becomes
I've
suicide.
learned. Like my personality, my innate personality is to be all in.
For
And
better or worse, though, right? Because it can be
and
hard to be like that.
yeah, and I've been in situations of all this woke movement, kindness movement, where I'm all in, and I'm starting to realize that I'm losing. And when I look around myself, I realize that everybody
No one's
except me
backing
is
you.
not all in.
Yeah, yeah, because they're
They are
worried about the
halfway
cost.
in, and they are faking being all in, and they are there to get whatever they need to get. And there are people who are all in being laughed at because they're the ones doing all the hard work, and they're the ones losing most of it, but others are gaining by enabling you to be all in because that's your innate personality.
Yeah, but also, I mean, maybe you are made to do that because it is your innate personality. Like, and there are other ways of supporting people. Like, maybe not everyone is meant to speak out and try and talk about things because they're not particularly passionate about getting the information, or they've got a gut feeling it's wrong, but they wouldn't know how to articulate it. But there are things you can do other than speaking out and,
Yeah.
like, for
But
example,
once you
Sal Grover, you could
realize
give her some
that they
money.
are playing, they are fooling you around for their own benefit, once you realize that they're doing that and they realize that you figured it out, they just dump you on the side of the road, and the relationship that you thought you had gone, whether it's friends or family or partner or colleagues or members of society or community or whatever it is, they'll go find somebody else to exploit.
Like, sorry, I don't think I followed that bit at the start. I didn't see what you said. So once,
So this
like,
whole
you're an
idea that
all-in
we're talking
person,
about
yeah.
how people kind of they realize that they're losing out by being
Yes,
involved
yeah,
in this whole movement, right?
yeah,
Eventually they
and not,
figure it out that they are
yeah,
losing out.
yeah,
So they go, okay, I figured this out, that I'm actually
losing from
not
this.
in this for
Yeah,
my benefit.
yeah,
But then they also figure out who are the players around them,
yeah,
and they figure out that they are not all in, and you feel like you're being exploited
for being all in.
for being all in, and they're the ones gaining from your loss, because if you're
Yeah,
losing, someone's gaining.
yeah. Well, that is that's, I don't think that's a priori true that you're losing, someone's gaining, but I think in this instance, I get what you mean.
Yeah. and and
Uh,
and yeah, I mean, like, I've been through the experience of cancellation, where I've lost lots of friends, lots of people. But when I look back, I can see, like, there's almost like a conspired movement, that people are there, they're part of systems where they're exploiting everybody else that's part of the system. They know that they're doing it, and people who get canceled, they are the ones who are, it's like, Kanye is the best until Kanye is not the best. He's canceled
yeah, yeah.
now. Someone else is the best now until they're canceled, and
It is. I get what you mean. It's exploitative and a bit throwaway.
yeah, so it's everyone's conspiring, and that's why, like, now I know when people come in, they're like, "Oh, you're onto something good. Your podcast, I see you everywhere. Can I come on?" I'm like, "Nah, go fuck yourself," because I know
Right.
what you
Yeah.
did last time.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You put that energy out now, and you might have a different way of responding to that in your industry, but you are now aware of some bad players in your industry.
Well, like a lot. But I mean, I wouldn't say that I agree that you lose and they win from your sacrifice, because I don't think that you would ever regret doing what you do and crossing that line. Because one thing I think that's quite invisible to people who haven't crossed over into the fuck it, I'm going to tell the truth line, is the lightness that you feel. Like, I go up and down. Obviously, it's an emotional roller coaster, and like, I've lost friends, and people message me directly with hatred, like, on the regs. And that hurts to an extent, but you do just kind of get a bit tougher to it. But like, the ultimate thing of just following what you feel to be right, it's almost like sobriety. I think a lot of people don't realize how much of a natural high you can get from sobriety until you've done it. Like when you're hooked on alcohol, like a lot of adults are their whole life, they don't realize that there is a high without it. And similar to like the kind of crossing over the, whatever cancellation divide, or, I mean, and depending on the reason that you got cancelled, obviously. But if you voluntarily tell the truth, damn the consequences, it's really uplifting. Like I felt like I was living under a cloud, like for a long time, and now I don't. And it's like, well, yeah, I lose some things. I've shedded some things. I'm a different person. There is a grieving process to it, but it's the next chapter of my evolution, and I actually don't feel like I've lost.
That's true. No, it's not that you've lost, but you kind of figure out that there is other people are kind of aware of what's going on more than you do, and they're kind of like, they may be there for reasons for it. Just makes you what I'm saying is that you become more aware of what was going on.
Yes.
And it's like, you in your industry, there will be a lot of people that will have like opposite views to you, and they're genuine, and they just hold that view. And you will have the opposite view. And there are other people in the industry, they know that you have views and they have views, and they see it as all programming, and that they will try and work to play with that, navigate with that, because they are there, whether it's for the money or for the business or
They
or
want to
whatever it
play
is. It's like there's a lot of
games.
there's a lot of people in the health insurance business know that they're doing not the right things. They know that, but they're there to exploit it. There was a story I heard the other day of someone getting cancer, and then the health insurance canceling their health insurance, and coming up with reasons saying, well, you're not eligible for your cancer treatment, right? So there's thousands and thousands and thousands of stories like that. So there's a lot of bad players and bad actors in the game
Yeah, of course. But
that
in
you become
every
aware
game,
of when you get cancelled, or when you become awakened and you understand what's really going on. And
yeah,
you
no, I'd
obviously,
agree with that.
and when it's the government, that's like there's an extra layer of like, what the fuck do you think you guys are up to here? You want to
Yeah,
pass this misinformation bill, or or
yeah, it's always fascinated me when people believe in the benevolent and, very beautiful, great, well-intended and very able government. It's like, okay, but I mean, these are people who want to rule the country. Like, you got to allow that there's, you know, a possibility that they might have some, the ability to have evil in them like everyone else, or even just be
yeah.
not very good at things. Like, yeah. I've never understood the desire to run a country, but
Yeah, I never understood this
I'm glad people
desire of
do, I
evil
suppose.
and power and control. Like you look at, people who work in the banking sector, in banks, their obsession for money and control and these institutions. Even Trump was like honest about it as well. He's like, oh, I want to be the president because it's like, the highest level of power, and
Yeah,
power is important. And if you can wield the power in the right direction, then you can bring a lot of change.
yeah,
But he also has an ego, and he loves the attention. He loves, being the ruler of the world. It's a
yeah. But I think
big,
why people fall for him or like him genuinely is because he doesn't really try to hide that.
yeah,
That's the key between these new, more authentic politicians and your old school, trained politician. It's like, yeah,
yeah,
he is all these bad things. And you know what? Everyone heard the criminal accusations. They heard them. It's just that they decided they'd rather someone who was honestly
yeah,
potentially a criminal
yeah,
than someone who they didn't know who the frick they were dealing with.
yeah.
And it is that,
He's like the
everyone is a
Michael
bit evil.
Jordan of politics. Like Michael Jordan had this perfect image in basketball until he didn't. Until
Right. Yeah.
people
Yeah.
knew that he was a gambler and he loved gambling, and that was not synonym to the image of Jesus. They thought that he was God, and because he was just amazing at what he did. And then people, until there was a book about how he was not a nice person, he may have been a tyrant. Well, that's what made him Michael Jordan. He had
Yeah.
a standard to
Yeah.
perform with, right? He couldn't have been nice if if he was Michael Jordan. But people did not understand that they thought that, it's like when we talk about Jesus and when we talk about Prophet Muhammad, you're not allowed to talk bad things about Prophet Muhammad. Well, he couldn't have been a prophet if he was nice. He couldn't have, it's just not possible in being someone who people worship for 2,000 years for him to be nice. There was a reason why Jesus was crucified. Clearly, he had some enemies. Clearly, he became that powerful figure. It's because he wasn't a nice person. I had a guest on my show who's a cartoonist, and he's famous for drawing Prophet Muhammad 600 times. And he knows Prophet Muhammad more than anybody that I know knows Prophet Muhammad in this modern world that we exist. And he was an ex-Muslim, and I'm an ex-Muslim, and we were talking about, Prophet Muhammad. And, he sees Prophet Muhammad as this warlord. He was a womanizer. He was a pedophile. He was married to a 9-year-old. He loved Jewish women. He was likely poisoned by a Jewish woman. And he started a lot of wars. And he was fighting wars to keep Islam going, right? So you can't just expect Trump to be a nice guy. And people love that. Like, wow, look at him. He is rising
strong.
above all of this. Zelensky. Is Zelensky a nice guy that we celebrate as a hero fighting Putin, the bad guy? No. He's a corrupt as any leader you find. Billions of dollars going from the US to Ukraine. Do you think it's going for the fighting the war and rebuilding Ukraine? Absolutely not. 90% of that money is going back into American businesses that build and manufacture weapons. It's funding a war machine, right? So it's a fascinating thing to understand evil and this idea of evil, Satan, and the programming around that, and in humans, and how it creates this value of power and why we need power, and the fear we create around wars, and
Yeah, but do you not believe it's in all of us? Because I do.
I think there is in all of us, and I think some are better at controlling it than others.
Yeah.
Some
but,
are addicted to it. They love it. They want to be
Yeah.
in positions of power for
I don't
bragging
always think
rights
being in
and
a
for
position of
ability to
power is
control and push their narrative.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs talks a lot about it when he was alive. He truly believed that Apple must control the vision of the technology of the world's future. No one else should get anywhere near it because it's powerful and we need to hold the power. And that's why we have so much hatred towards Silicon Valley. That's why this whole thing exploded about H-1B visas that's designed to bring geniuses in from India to the US to build all these companies that we have in the Silicon Valley. That's why Elon Musk got up in arms about it, because everybody wants to stop this visa and stop bringing these geniuses, but invest in Americans and give the jobs to Americans, right? Elon wants nothing more than controlling the things that he's invested in. He has $400 billion. And if you're going to start messing with his vision and the companies and what he wants to control, it's a war. And he can buy a lot of weapons for $400 billion. So you want to go to war with Elon? He will go to war with you. And he's tweeting about this stuff. He's saying, you want to mess with me? It's a war.
You could see an argument, and leftists often put this forward, that he has too much power in that way.
Of course he has too much power. Why do you think he spent, $200-300 million on Trump getting elected? He was worth $270 billion when Trump got elected. In 30 days, he was worth $400 billion.
But it's funny because you can call that corruption, obviously, but you could also say that I've always found this really interesting thing about corruption in business, because like this whole, oh, you know, you shouldn't, it's all, they're all in cahoots and it's blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yeah, but you do work with the most capable person. You do, everyone wants to work with the biggest winner, right? Because they're backing winners and they are good at stuff, right? So it's like natural that a lot of business is going to come his way and he's going to benefit out of being one of the most powerful and capable people in the world. And obviously success begets success. And then also the kind of the idea of corruption where you're like, you know, you shouldn't work with your friends or blah, blah. It's like, well, actually you kind of would work with people that you know and trust. It's an interesting idea to just randomly give opportunities and waste resources on taking a chance on an unknown, right? Like that could be really irresponsible and very wasteful if you take it to the nth degree. And that is kind of the theory behind DEI. It's like everyone, no matter, like, I'm not saying that people of ethnic minorities can't be the right choice. They can, but they should be chosen because of the right choice, not because they are an ethnic minority or a woman or this person, right? So it's like, I mean, it's kind of organic that he's this successful.
It is organic and it's intentional in many ways. I mean, Elon tweeted himself saying, I want to be the George Soros of the right.
Yeah, I think he is.
And if you read into that, it's basically George Soros. He spent $32 billion, as I mentioned before, essentially buying his way into the people who end up having power, and then he becomes in cahoots with them and making sure that his interests are protected and multiplied.
You got to hand it to him though; he's transparent.
Yeah. I mean, that's, Elon wants to make sure, like, Elon used to be the guy who used to function independently. He voted for Joe Biden in 2020, and he got really pissed off when Joe Biden did this whole EV summit in the White House, did not invite Elon, and he credited GM for leading the electrical vehicle revolution. And GM has only built 25 EVs in their entire history. So Elon was like, okay, this is it. You've asked for a war. And he was very, very angry and pissed off. And they went after him for 4 years constantly because they did not like the fact that he had all the power. And there was a lot influenced by the likes of George Soros saying, you need to go after Elon because we don't want him getting all this power. And so now he's like, okay, I'm going to go back Trump and we're going to get in there and we're going to influence. And he is very much influencing who Trump is picking to be in his cabinet. And he lives in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. But it's so funny because it's like, yeah, you can call it corruption, but it's also, if you get a bit right wing about it, like they are, I'm not saying they can fix the whole country. I'm not saying they'll fix the world. Like it's a big, big job that I don't think anyone can do. But they have proven themselves capable of a lot of stuff, both of these men, and that's a legitimate currency.
Yeah.
Like, and this whole, again, like anti-MAGA thing, just circling back, and I might have to go soon because we've actually been talking for 5 hours, sorry, not 12 hours, and I'm actually getting hungry. But circling back, it's like, how could you wear a MAGA hat? And it's like, well, the guy has all the things you've accused him of. He has successfully run businesses, and so has Elon Musk. And the alternative was someone who let millions and millions and millions of people in through the border when they were the borders are. Like, yeah. So
it's like, Elon's pretty much, you look at the guy who's been nominated, Jared, for NASA administrator. That's like the guy who Elon flew into space twice on his spaceship. The guy who did the spacewalk with SpaceX.
And sorry, where did they put him?
He's the administrator of NASA.
Yeah. Is that a bad idea? Like, he seems
not
qualified.
At all. But they're all like very capable and successful people,
Yeah.
and they have ideas and they want to control the ideas and they want to make it happen. And so when Elon arrives on Mars in partnership with Trump,
And
he'll make sure he gets there before Trump is out of the office, they're going to cut a deal on building Mars as a country that is partly owned by Elon and partly owned by the United States of America. It's going to be America 2.0.
Bad for America?
Was that sorry?
Really. Is that bad for America?
Not at all.
Yeah.
That's what Trump wants. He
if it's
wants to
mutual.
be the guy that we look back to in 100, 200, 300 years and say, wow, he's the George Washington. He's the one who started a new country with this amazing genius, on a different planet. It's America 2.0.
Wow.
And why not? If you can do that, why not? And that's why he is hanging around Trump every 24/7, and he is listening to, he wants to make sure that there are capable people
This is an
there.
Ayn
And
Rand novel.
what's that? Sorry.
This is an Ayn Rand novel.
It is, yeah. It's it's
Yeah,
it's just
wow.
crazy, but amazing
Yeah.
as well, right?
It is amazing. It's
But
really
that's the whole
interesting.
thing. If you want to fight for things, as much as it's great to wear a MAGA hat and make an announcement and share your ideas
I
and
think
be
most people don't think
cancelled,
it's great.
it's also about the resources that you have to make stuff happen. You got
Yeah.
to think about the resources you have. You have music, you have your ability to talk to fans and platforms to put your music out, or come on podcasts and build new networks and raise funds or create funds or multiply the value of what you've got. And that's what Elon's doing. He's putting his resources where he thinks the world's vision should go, the civilization should
The
move, and
stars.
yeah,
He's
and the
putting
stars.
into
And
the
so
stars.
I think that's where I'm putting my energy into these podcasts and things, because they are powerful and they drive conversations. They can drive discourse. They can shift people's ideas, and they can vote differently. They can be part of different movements, and that's what Joe Rogan's achieved. Millions of people listen to him, so what he says goes, and he makes sure he says things that go. And I listen to him, and I can be honest, and the things that I have done that he's asked me to do has improved my life more than the feminists, more than the woke people, more than the governments. He's done more, and Elon Musk. They've the things that they do, and I follow, and Trump. I listen to Trump. I've been listening to Trump since I was 14. I bought his book, The Art of the Deal, when I was
Yeah, yeah.
obsessed about business, and he was successful. And the things that they do, I repeat, I'm successful as well. It works. So, you can get caught up in this whole like, oh, the fear, and, I can't wear a MAGA hat and I can't do what he thinks I should be doing because it's bad. But actually, when you do it, you realize that you can be successful too. You can be wealthy
Oh,
too.
look, I was well into that where you're talking about a long time ago and following what a lot of like, not allowed figures would say, and I did get happier about it, and my life improved. But I was living a double life and trying to work out
Yeah.
how I could possibly say anything of like the truth and
Yeah.
not ruin everything and ruin my career. And I guess I just decided I don't care and I'm throwing it in. But right now, like it's really just, and I don't think that it's bad that I wore the MAGA hat, and I don't regret it at all. I actually just don't. It's a new direction for me. Like I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And I'm talking to people maybe to find out a little bit, but I'm not entirely sure it is supposed to be music. You know,
Yeah.
it might be, but it's not certain to me. Like I don't have Elon's vision
Yeah.
for my life yet, but
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you.
perhaps it will come. That's one of the hardest things for a lot of people is like not knowing what to do with their time on the planet.
Haley, this has been fun. You have broken the record of the longest podcast that I've
Well,
ever done on my
can we
show.
say we have broken the record? Because
We've
I don't feel
broken
like
the
it was
record. We've
just me.
almost close to 5 hours. This has
Fuck.
been really good
Is
fun.
anyone going to listen to 5 hours? They'll have to do this
People
in
do.
seven.
I mean, we do a lot of cuts. It will
Right.
be cut
Okay.
into 40, 50 different videos, and they'll be posted online for a
Jesus.
month or two.
Yeah.
There'll be new
Sorry,
stories
I shouldn't
created
have
off it,
noticed.
and maybe 100 different YouTube shorts will be created out of it. But it's been
God.
super fun. Just quickly
Fucking
share with
hate
us your socials.
Do you know what? Wow. Like, I definitely said some crazy stuff in there, but you know what? Fuck it. Like I said, it's because I'm not used to this whole being on the other side. It's a thrill. It's a thrill, and I still maintain, like I do think you're allowed to say these things and should be allowed to say these things, and the only way to do that, to fight the tyranny of not being allowed to say things, is to say things. So here you go, better or worse. Thank you for
Yeah.
having me.
No, you're very welcome. Just quickly for listeners, where can they find you? Share with us your socials, your
Yeah.
X or your Instagram.
I'm quite new to using X. I'm not very good at it, but I am Hayley Mary Music. So Hayley Mary, like the mother of Jesus. Music at Gmail, yeah, at. So at Hayley Mary Music. And yeah, or you can just Google Hayley Mary on, put that into YouTube. I'm sure it'll come up. Yeah, I'm not being good enough with my music posting and all that stuff right now. I'm just kind of floating around in the universe, kind of gardening and working out what to do. But you can listen to my album Roman XS, which I'm actually very proud of. And
Yeah, it's a great album. I love it.
oh, thank you, thank you. I
It's great.
feel
I've been listening
sad
to
that
it
I don't
today.
promote it enough. So I talk about Trump for 5 hours, which I never thought I'd be doing.
I don't think we talked about Trump for five
No, I'm
hours. I think
joking.
we
I'm
talked about,
joking.
your
Lots of things.
journey
Yeah.
in, this awakening and breaking that double personality, the fear, and, standing up for a bill that's about controlling people and what they say. But, there's so many different layers to that. Why do we do that? What's the human nature? Why do we exist the way we exist? And what's good out of this? What's bad out of this? The examples of all the great things that we once thought were great things, like climate change and feminism, all of a sudden are not so great things because we have had lived experiences around how they have negatively impacted us. And then we find our way in all these bad people that the media tell us that they are bad, the Trumps, the Elons. But hold on a second, they're very successful. They have hundreds
Yeah.
and thousands of people work for them. How can they be that bad? And when we
Yeah.
venture in that world, we realize, well, actually, there's a lot of good there. It's someone's lying to us. And
Yeah.
then we open our eyes to that. And then we realize that, whoa, we've been lied to all of our lives. And then you do the complete audit and revisit every single thought and memory you've ever had, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
you are on this path of awakening and empowerment and realizing common sense and who we are as humans and why we survive
Intuition
and
as
why
well.
are we here, what is God and
Yeah.
what's evil, what's power. And we realize that all of those emotions are actually good emotions. A healthy, strong man in society is a man that's fully aware of danger, but
Yes.
uses it for good,
Yes.
right?
And faces
And
it
so
voluntarily.
these people exist, the likes of Elon, they're aware of their power. They know
Yeah.
they're all of the evil and the good bits are totally active, and they use that energy towards being useful.
They have integrated the shadow.
Yeah, so that's what we discussed on this podcast. That's
Yeah,
just a bit
yeah.
of a,
But also, can I say one
wrap
more
up.
thing? To insert a bit of my agenda here. If any of your listeners are Australian or know Australians, I really do urge you to look into the new hate speech laws on a federal level. The amendments, sorry, to the Criminal Code Hate Speech Bill, and also the anti-vilification laws of Victoria are even worse. And there's stuff happening across all the states on state level as well. And I do urge you to write to your senators or, look into it and see if you really like it. Because I'll try and send you some links as well, because there's obviously, more intelligent people than me writing about why this is a problem. And I think we have a chance, because we're so interconnected with the globe, to see what happens in, say, the UK and prevent it from happening here as much as we can, because it's already playing out really badly in history and also now in other places. So I would hope that Australia should lead in this way, or try and stop it from happening. And yeah, if you can look into those hate speech laws and see what
Thank
you
you
think
for
of
that.
them.
I hope so too. I mean, you have general elections coming up this year. I think it's in
We do.
October.
Yeah.
So it's a big year. I mean, we've seen, how general elections can, bring up all of this stuff to the surface and eventually adjust. And I truly believe it's It's going to be a big year for Canada. It's going to be a big year for Australia. There's a lot of change coming. People are sick and tired of all these governments that are pushing for censorship and these things, if we continue to fight for them and stand up for them, just like you are, just like Elon has with Trump, we're going to see good things come out of it. And while we've been chatting, there's a rumor out, there's news breaking that Justin Trudeau is about to resign.
Good.
Good riddance to him, He can join Jacinda on his speaking tours about leading with kindness.
The only thing I worry about is getting relieved and assuming that something better will follow, because it doesn't always. But
Pierre is going to win, and he's going to be the prime minister, and he's amazing. He's great. I think he's going to be probably the best prime minister Canada has ever had. And that's why Justin is resigning, because he knows he's going to lose and they're going to bring someone else in to try to beat Pierre. But I don't think that's going to happen. The polls suggest that Pierre's going to win. And it also looks like in Australia, Albanese is going to lose. That's what seems to be the trend. So it looks like it's going to be another amazing year in 2025.
Yeah. I would say with those hate speech laws, though, the Uniparty are pretty much... with misinformation, some Liberals were against it, but with the hate speech laws, the Liberals are not so against it. So it's worth thinking. Well, because in this strange parallel universe that we live in, the right wing actually defend the Jews now. And I don't know what's going on, but and I believe that anti-Semitism is a problem, just to clarify, and should be
it's a big
addressed.
problem.
And I don't like it at all. But I don't think that freedom of speech being taken away is the way to do it. And the problem is, there is pressure from Jewish community to clamp down on anti-Semitism, and the right will support that, as well as Albanese, who likes to be a totalitarian leftist. So it's bipartisan support, apart from like the libertarians and stuff, who obviously have their own flaws, but in this instance, I think it's going to be about getting your senators. I think it'll pass the lower house, and it'll be about getting senators to be overwhelmed with bad feedback from their communities that maybe they will turn and block it. But it looks quite like it may go through, which is quite scary.
Yeah, it's super scary, and just keep fighting.
Which is also why I'm speaking now, before it's illegal.
No, that's great. Well, you're welcome to come back if there's more news on it, and we can talk more about it and push it more. And
thank you.
Hopefully, I think I truly believe, I'm an optimist. I truly believe these things never last, and no matter how much damage they cause, they can get up to killing 20 million people like Hitler did eventually.
Come on, it was 6. You're talking about Stalin.
How many people did Hitler kill?
6. Stalin killed 20 million.
How many people died in the World War II?
Oh, that doesn't mean Hitler killed them.
Okay, so he
let's not get back into this. Let's not get back into this.
But he killed millions of people. So my point is,
yeah.
these things, they eventually cause harm and kill people,
Yes,
start
they do.
wars, and eventually I think there's always human resilience rises above. So I have faith, and I admire your courage for standing up and fighting for this. And thank you for making time to come on the show. It's been a banger of a chat. That's how you start your podcast in 2025. It's been awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't think it's courage I have. I think it's just who I am, and I can't lie.
Good. That's what we
But
need.
thank you for having me.
Great
Appreciate
stuff.
it.
All right. Bye, everybody.